Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Zachy? How's it going, FS? Alright, guys. So, I'm going to be working on the submarine again. Trying to get this fish would be great, but I doubt that's going to happen today. Alright, so last time I was working on getting the engine kind of going. So, we have some air inlet now. We have a snorkel. I might work on the snorkel a little bit, but currently it is in there. We have a generator, power generation system going in here. I'm trying to see if I can connect. I can. So what I think I'm going to do is do one gear hybrid in this so that, I don't know how that's going to run. That's the issue is, yeah, I'm trying to decide how to get this to run right. Let me see. Yeah, because I'd have to clutch it out in some way. Trying to see how to clutch this out. What is, ooh, okay, right here. Nope, that's exhausting shit. Alright, that's not going to work. Trying to think if I can make this hybrid. It doesn't have to be a hybrid, but that was something I was thinking. That could come up, down. Okay, it could go right here. We could put the hybrid through this gear ratio here. That's what we can do. And then stick it in there. That is what we could do. Alright, so that actually could make this a hybrid. So let's work on this. So I want this piece here, this corner enclosed. I'm going to lay it outside so that I can get it correct. Okay, what happened to it? There it is. Alright, so let's sit that like that. Cut it and stick it in here. So I have a place I can send this a hybrid. So it'll be electric and diesel to give it a little bit of extra speed, and then it'll be mostly electrical generation. So I think I can't get the problem is I can't get an independent clutch in here from the, yeah, that's not gonna work really well. That's not gonna work. Actually, I can make it work. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna run so I need to run reverse at some point. So we have, okay, that'll work. So we have the generator going. We'll just spin it backwards when we want to go backwards in the sub. We're not going to be going backwards that much. That should work fine. Here, we're going to want a T-pace. And then we'll do straight there. Okay, straight up here. So, a little bit of a hybrid system just to give us a little bit extra speed. Big Man's got a 20 knot minimum on there, so I need to make sure I conform to that. So this should help with that. Why are you doing the no-click nonsense and the stuck button nonsense? There we go. Do that. Alright, so that should pipe that up so that will work. Nice. I don't know if I want to do that, though. This is going to be the problem, is I can't clutch in on that. Yeah, I can't clutch in on that. So what I think we'll do here is, let's undo all that I just did. Because I want to be able to control the engines when the engine clutches in. So what I think we'll do is we'll cut in here. 3 to 1's gonna, whatever I have for generation is gonna be too much. Let's play it like this for now, and then we'll screw with it. So, all right, let's convert this microcontroller over to a generator setup. So do I have alternator there? Okay. All right, so presently what we have down here at for the alternator is we have the battery. We have a constant number of 1. I have some sort of p-value in there. And then it goes out to the alternator. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on, let's grab a regular function block here. So it'll be clamp. And I could probably go up here and tune it. There's 2 things I can do. I could plug it directly in here in lieu of this, because this is the WS key. We're not doing that anymore. So what I could do is I could clamp that out at that and then multiply it. That's what I think I'm going to do. So do clamp BX 0. No, it can't be. Yeah, 0 to 1. That's fine. 0 to 1. And then we'll just plumb it right in here. And what is this? What is that plugged into? Same deal. Okay, good. So this will be right here. That will go there. And then this will plug directly into here. I don't like how that's crooked now, but we can fix it. There we go. Let's move that one over one. Okay, go there. All right. So this is just the old alternator system, and then I'm gonna need to put in. We'll tune the p-value on that. Submissions is open. Submissions has been open. Submissions has been open for some days now. For the challenge. Submissions has been open for at least since November 26th. It was actually opened November 25th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. So submissions are open for the challenge. I have to finish the old ones. I'm still not done finishing the reviews currently. And then it definitely won't be until after this challenge is all done. So yeah, I misread your comment, or your question. Alright, let's get this lined up so this doesn't look a mess right there. This needs to go there. I have my lines not straight because this was part of the tutorial, so I want to make sure people can find stuff where I like them to be obscured. All right, good. So that's going there. Let's go ahead and we'll add in a number input. Numero input. There's going to be p value gen. All right. And so I need to plug this into here because I need to tune in the power generation. So that should work. So what this is going to do is I want a battery number of 1. It's going to read the battery number. It's going to then send a clamped PID up here. It's clamped 0 to 1. It then goes into the regular drive system. So this will still work with, for example, I have an engine idle of 3.5. I have a max RPS of 15. That goes right in the engine drive system, and that's going to run the generator to produce enough electricity to to keep the batteries topped. Hopefully, we'll see. Curious how much power we're actually going to be able to make here. That will be interesting, so we'll see. Should be pretty good, but I hope it's enough to get everything running right. So let's go there. Let's grab a keypad. Have a couple keypads in here, I think, already. What are they going to? Anything we need? This one can be used. All right, so that's going to go to the p-value of the generator. Get off there. I need to do a generator tutorial at some point. Gen P. Okay, Gen P values right there. We're going to have to hook up electricity so that we can actually run the systems, seeing that we're switching over to actually testing the generation. So inlet pumps for the ballast and the valves are getting connected. That's then going to these inlet exit pumps for the ballast. That's good there. And then you can be disconnected there. What are you going to here, there, guy? Okay. That's all connected. Alright, this can be disconnected. We're going to actually hook up our system correctly now. For now, that goes there. This goes here, here, and here. So, big thing I want to, I need to make sure that the things that are required for the challenge get done. So, for example, the speed requirement is a requirement. So, I need that done so that I know that we'll be able to meet the requirements. good there. What are you? That is just the shower head. Okay. Right, relay. Stick a relay in the bow, probably. Right, yeah. Right, relay's in. Let's go ahead and connect the electricity up. So, battery on the starboard side. Okay, that goes there. That's the airlock systems. This is going to be engine systems. Make sure these electric motors are plugged into something. They're plugged into many things here. Okay, so let's, why? I thought it just disconnected them. Why are they still connected to everything? Okay, those are all plugged in. That's going to be no longer going to need that. I might just do electric. I'm going to try to do it just straight diesel electric. We'll see how it functions. That'll go there. Ballast systems will come into here. All right. And then I need a toggle for, let's grab that. It's going to be master power for now. Okay, that's going to go to the bat side of it. All right, and then this is going to go to the relay. All right, and then we need to make sure that the batteries are coming in. Batteries are coming in fine. Okay. P-value gen alternator, coolant pump. So coolant pump, I don't need to worry about anymore. It's just rads. So rads and pumps. All right, so let's give this a run. You check battery generation there. Oh, nice, Saki. All right, let's go ahead and hopefully, keep flicking off that fluid port there on the snorkel. Yeah. Kill the musica so I can hear this. All right, that is relay connected. Infinite electricity coming off. All right, let's check electricity. Okay, good. Starter's not going to go, huh? So starter won't go because, so I can manually start. I'll just manually start it for now. I'll put in a cut in, cut out so it starts and stops the generator when it needs to. Okay, why is this not starting now? All right, what is up? 6. Okay, it is still 6. All right. Let's see what the hell's going on. Ha! Check electricity really quick. That's likely the culprit. Very rare that I get the electricity done correctly on the first run. All right, starters are plumbed to, let's get some of this cleaned up here. This is a mess. All right, starter is gonna go fluid pump. That's air intake system. This is the air intake system. I need to clean my systems up. I do the systems specifically this way so that the parts are all connected correctly. It becomes a mess when I don't do it in systems. All right, that is going to be disconnected there. So those are, what are you? These here are the, what the hell is this? That's cooling. Okay, that's air, that's cooling. All right, so that's cooling going down to the rads. All right, that's good. All right, so then this can go on a radiator systems. And then this can go, we're not going to go backwards on the power generation. This needs to go up to there. This needs to go up to there. This needs to go up to there. And that hooks into starters. So hopefully that is connected now. Oh, come on, stop falling off. Being annoying this. Get on top of the submarine guy. Thank you. the sound down. There we go. Alright, so we're idled. And then a p-value here. We're going to put a p-value of 1. And we'll see what the generator does. Alright, engine is running. Check the battery. Battery's going down. So it's currently, you notice it should be very, very, notice we're 1 to 6 decimal places. So that needs to go up quite a bit. So we'll do 100. And you notice that's too high. It's actually not too bad. So that has us maxed out. Probably. Still losing a ton of power. So it's currently at 10 RPS. Let's just give it a bigger number for now. See if we are capped out. Alright, we're capped out. So that's going to be 100. Okay. So currently we're making 223 S-watts, and it is nowhere near enough. Okay, but the system is running, so. Okay, good. Alright, let's work on that. We need to gear this up more. Alright, let's see, where can I get this geared up? I must gear this up. Or we start to have space problems. Really don't want to have to redo this engine much, so I'm hoping that we can get this geared up properly. Because I can make it more of a direct drive system if need be. So we're at 3 to 1 last time, so we should be able to go higher than that. Alright, so it's that 3 times 3, 9 divided by 2, so what's that? 4, 5. That's a 4, 5. Let's see how that operates for us. That's a 4, 5, so we're at 223 S-watts. I need to see where we are now. Sure, that's off. It is. Okay. So that is lower, which means that we're overloading the engine. That is now much lower. So that's an overload there. So we might do better with revving higher. So yeah, we're much lower on that. So, okay, going the wrong direction. That's fine. We'll fix that. Alright, so the 1 gearbox is fine. Definitely overloaded now. So we'll go lower and we'll rev higher. Medium generator is pretty big, so it doesn't really surprise me. If I can connect the diesel to it as well as a hybrid, it's going to be. So let's do, let's try a 2-1. Let's see where we're capping here. We're capped out at, let's try 20 RPS. Because we're overloading the engine presently. There goes the S-watts. engine's revving up higher now. See where we're at in a second here. So we're now hitting upwards of 300. So we're definitely unburned quite a bit. So I'm going to try adding a little bit of burden on there. Let's see how. Still dropping, so we're going to need the max on there. Okay. Let's see where we're at here. Let's go 25. Let's go and crank it up 1 notch. So. So this should be smoother now because there's no way it's going to get, you know, it's hitting the rev limiter last time, so. Now we're up almost 400 S-watts, so. Hanging around 16, 50, that's pretty good, I think, gear ratio-wise. Still losing some electricity. We're doing the 20 knots we need. We're at 11 meters per second times 1.943844. So we're doing 21, so we're exceeding the speed, so that's good. And we're losing a little bit we're losing some electricity. Like to make some more power. We are supercharged. So I wonder if I increase, what are we at atmospheres wise? See, we're only at 0.4 atmosphere. So I wonder if we can feed a little bit more air to that engine if we can get the speed up a little bit. We don't have really space to make a bigger engine in there. We're not eating electricity that fast either. We're at full tilt right now. Let's quickly see, we're gonna stop, or we're not even gonna stop, let's slow down. Slow down just a little bit. And we'll see how quickly we recover electricity. Okay, so see, we're recovering electricity now. I've slowed down to about 12 knots, and we completely recovered electricity. So I think we're probably pretty good here. You know, what we'll do is I'll put a system in there that when the battery gets down to a certain level, it's going to automatically click our throttle back a little bit. And that way, it's like, nope, can't have full speed anymore. You're going to run out of electricity. So, and then we're going to tune in this number here. You know, this isn't bad. It's hold. I don't know if this needs to be tuned. 100's probably a little bit on the high end, but like, notice we're losing electricity, but we're still well within the 90s. And as soon as I like just slowed down a little bit, it instantly recovered the battery. So we're making good power here. We're at 370 S-watts, not bad. You know, and that's that's over 20 knots, which is what Big Man requires for the challenge. All right, let's set in. What do we want? 5,000. All right, so we're pumping water in. I shut the doors. Okay, good. So we can sink before the ballast comes in. Well, let's put it this way. We can descend before the ballast comes in because we're using the fins to do it. So we don't have to wait, which is nice. That's convenient to not have to wait. Yeah, we set our dive planes and go down. And then as the water catches up, we'll be good. So it still works well as a submarine. Where's our electricity at? We are currently at 94%. So, you know, at full speed, 94%. We've lost 6%, less than 6% of our battery. If we look here, we're at 0.45. I need to change this. I think we're the p-value on this is too. Oh, the p-value is nothing on this. Let's go to 1. Okay, that's why. So that's actually better. We're probably yeah, that's even better. So now we're at 90. Oh, there we go. We're at 90%. Never mind. So this is the system that it lets the pressurized air in the compartment. So this is going to maintain that engine compartment at 1 atmosphere, or try to. and that's going to feed our engine air. When the engine shuts off, you're going to want to go up and refill your air tanks. So it's kind of like a, World War II diesel sub, is it's going to, this one's actually hybrid, so it's going to store air in tanks, which is going to keep the engine room filled with air. The engine's going to breathe the air from those tanks if underwater, and then when we're above water, it's going to pump air in, refill the tanks. It's going to pump the air in, refill the tanks, so that will keep us running pretty well. So this should have really good range. Like, looking at it now, we're down to 92% battery, not bad. We're still doing we're slowing down a little bit, but, I think that'll be fine for the challenges that it has. It has to have a speed of 20. He didn't really say it has to always be sustained at 20. Curious why this has gone down. Play with this gear ratio a little bit, see if I can get a little bit more, but we're at like 370 S-watts, so we're doing pretty well on power. How's our ballast? 610. Why are we only at 610? Why is this stopped? This should be filling with water, so I need to write a note for that. That could be an electrical problem. Alright, what to do here? So we need fixed ballast. Fixed ballast. Okay. S-watts are currently around 370. Let's see if we can get that up. We don't have to, but it'd be nice to get it up a little bit. Speed's good. Right now we're just under 20. We're at 10.6. 10.6 times 1.943844. Now we're over 20. We're at 20.6. So that's we're still beating the speed even though our battery is dropped. So that'll be good. So we're down 10%. We're still making speed. So that works well. Yeah, I could put I could put a hybrid drivetrain in there, but I don't know if I want to or not. It's going to be a little bit complicated to do. I don't think it's necessary. Alright, so I need to fix the ballast. So this number of 1 is working fine. So we'll put a 1 in the pressure. 100's working fine over here. Yeah. Yeah, that's working fine over here. So we'll do 100 on that one. Probably tune this in a little bit better, but for now we'll leave it. Okay, recall that. Let's fix those numbers. So the pressure system is where? So that would be these. What's going on here? Okay, that's pump in. I haven't worked on pump in yet. Valves are what I want. So right here, this is the pressure system. Okay. The pressure system, desired pressure in atmosphere is 1. P-value, we're going to get rid of P-value. And we'll make that a... Do a 1 was fine. Alright, so that's good. This, we're going to go ahead and we'll make a... It's alternator P-value. Alternator P-value. That's good there. P-value gen can go. Okay. Alright, so that's good for power generation. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is this. We'll go in here. And we'll do... I don't want to composite. Do I automate this or not? That's the question. Let's try something. So let's go number input. water sensor. I have to make this bigger. Alright, that's fine. Alright, there's gonna be output to snorkel. Pumps. Alright. So, we'll automate this. It has filters, so even if this started trying to suck air when it's underwater, it's not going to fill the system with water, so it's not a problem. So if this is 0, all right, so this will work the snorkel. So if we're 0, this is going to extend the snorkel. If it's not 0, we're going to, which means we're not in the water, that's going to retract the snorkel. If this is 0, we'll do another command for that. So there's snorkel. I don't think it runs that much electricity. So for now, we'll do pumps need to go the other way. All right, let's do this for now. Pumps. We'll do that for now to run the snorkel. Water sensor is right here. So this is my water sensor, which is also running the underwater airlock. So there's the water sensor going in there. This is the pumps. 2 pumps right there. And then we have the snorkel right there. So this will, when we're above the water, that will extend and start filling our tanks. When we go underwater, that will stop the pumps and it will retract. It has a gas filter on it, so it can only take, it can only take gases anyway. So I don't have to worry about that. Right, ballast system needed some sort of fixing. What is this? That's airlock. Here's ballast. Why are you not running, sir or madam? Something wonky screwy here. So that's air. Okay, air volume. That's ballast system keypad. That is ballast liquid meter. Let's check electricity. Make sure it bongs up the electricity. That is on the left side there. Okay. So that should run fine. Okay, so that's plugged in. Let's see. Keypad, that goes out to the liquid meter. Okay, that is the pump in. Pump out. So that's valves and that. Let's check all the electricity down here. So we have valve to pump to valve, to there, to there, to there. Okay, is this not plugged in? It looks like I didn't plug in the electricity. So that would make sense why this is bonked. Okay, good. So this needs to go into there. Let's save a copy. And I think we're doing well here on progress, so. So snorkel needs to be connected to electricity. Snorkel is currently not connected to electricity, so snorkel is now connected. Actually, we will connect the snorkel to this pump right here. Why am I doing duals here? I don't get that. That is, okay, why are we hooked up there and there at the same time? Okay. Alright, so snorkel plugs in there. Alright, good. Let's save that again. Let's give this a checkaroni here. Alright. That's connected. Let's check our snorkel. Snorkel has retracted, as you can see. That's good. Let's start. We need to start the engine. Alright, so the snorkel is not extending itself and pumping. That's not right. So this should be around 90. This should be around 1 atmosphere. So this is working. It's pumping air in. It's letting air into the engine volume. Let's go ahead and plug in 5,000 for liters of ballast. And now that's working. So that's pumping it in like a crazy person. Check our electricity. The pumps aren't that power hungry. One thing to keep in mind too is you can get some really good flow rates now, or get some really good pump rates with impellers. Some people are just like, they're hooking an electric motor to an impeller and they're running it at a 1. You don't need that. Like, I've been in my testing, I get maximum flow rate through an impeller at like 0.12. So you really don't want to use too much of your motor. Because at that point, you're just wasting electricity. You're spinning your motor up for your impeller, and your impeller is already maxed out. You're just wasting electricity. All right, so nice. We're making a good 373 S-watts at present. Engine, like, I have 2 5x5 radiators in there. That engine should have no problem staying cool. How's it going, Variante? Let me read some chat. How's it going there, Citrus? I think I said Heidi. I'm not sure. Oh. Yep, build's going well. How's it going there, Trippa? The old Facebook VR, huh? Alright, let's, so good progress here. Let's see where we're at. Electricity-wise, good. Still, we've only used 6%. You know, so let's do, what I'm going to do is start tapping off speed. Alright, so currently we're going a good 20, say 20 and a half knots. So let's just gently tap off speed. So just a little bit slower there. About 16 knots. I don't know why it precipitously goes down. Did I, you know what it is? I bet, yeah, I have it on toggle maybe. Yeah, see, it continues to go down. I need to see what's up with that. That's broken. I gotta fix my throttle system. But like we should be, yep, we've just recuperated our battery in like, you know, a couple seconds. Yeah, so we'll slowly burn down battery as we operate at full speed. But if we like drop our speed by just a little bit, we'll be able to completely, you know, be sustaining. Are we pumping? We're still pumping in 2,000 ballast. All right, good. So nice. So the functionality of the sub's going pretty well. Just need a lot of it's just decorating stuff. I don't know why that's not working. The snorkel's not working correctly, so I have to play with that. So snorkel needs work. I'll start writing notes down. All right, ballast is fixed. Fix. Snorkel. Because that should be extended and it should be pumping. I need to figure out what my max capacity is on those air tanks, and then I will, you know, it'll shut itself off when the tanks are full so that the pump won't just keep going the whole time we're at surface. It will shut them off as soon as they're full. So every time we surface, we'll get full tanks to be able to run the diesel. I'm gonna put my bearing system in here for navigation. Put an altitude hold, depth hold. Depth is better. Depth hold in here. let's start going out towards deeper water here. I want to see what this performs in deep water. I like that it banks. It should bank. You know, your center of gravity below your center of rotation. It's going to bank naturally, which it should. We could dive at any point. We don't have to wait for the water. So if we wanted to dive, we could dive using the thrust and the pitch fins. So our diesel, as you can see, still runs perfectly well underwater because we've stored air and we fill the diesel compartment, so that has no problem. Eventually we'll run out of air, but we have 6 small tanks in there that are providing air, so we should have quite a range with that. And then we'll quickly eat up battery if the diesel's off, but how are we looking on this? So we're up to 3,800 liters of water, and we put in 5, so that should help. Not too much, just refining some systems. Periscope would be neat, but I don't know if I want to put one on there. Yeah, so I might put a map of Earth function on the depth hold. So for example, it would use a distance sensor and it would say keep it, you set in 10 meters off the ocean floor. It will map of Earth the ocean floor. I might do that, I don't know. I tend not to like those. I prefer to, you kind of set your own altitude, or your depth. And then if you want to modulate it, you can modulate it at your own desire. Not doing probably any lure really, so. Actually getting into deeper water or not really? Still making good power. Eventually this will start to go down as we use up the final air in the room, so that will tell me when our tanks are pretty low on air, but I think we can have a ton of air in there with six small tanks. And you know, it's really not much to go up to the surface, grab a quick fill of air, and then you can go back and run indefinitely. And as soon as you stop your motors, so for example, like if why is this taking so long to fill water in there is the question. Air is almost all the way out, so I'm curious why it's taken me some time. I'm not sure what the final fluid amount is. I have to check that too. Because I did block off the sides are now diesel, so the 2 fat sides on there are diesel. So that has all my diesel fuel in it. So we have like 3,000 liters of diesel. We've burned about less than, probably around maybe 200 liters a side. So not that much, so we should have a pretty good range. If you connect gas tank to air manifold, it will operate at tank pressure without exhausting the air inside the tank. Yeah, I want to make sure I'm running at 1 atmosphere though. So I'm just gonna stick with this system. I don't want it to have more than 1 atmosphere going into my engine. How are we looking on water? So we must be at our max ballast. I have to check it. We had a little bit of air to get out, but we're probably close. I might have cut that down. That's fine. I can put some actual hard ballast in there. I can put some more battle cannon pieces in. Because ideally, I don't want to have to pull in like 5,000 liters. Ideally, I'd like to, you know, it's best if you can put in like maybe 1,000 or so liters, because you figure, like, you know, I'm not doing this in multiplayer, but like say you had a couple people on there, you have some supplies, You know, you want to make sure you have enough air ballast for that. So you want to be able to add quite a bit of water just to be able to give you some operation range. But like, see, if I let go, we're positively buoyant, you know, so we're going to go back to surface. So I need to make sure we get to neutral buoyancy. But still no, you know, we're not reduced in air at all. We're running well. That's good, Axel. I'm going to do it how I'm doing it. Thanks. Do yours how you like, and I'll do mine how I like. Thanks. I like the shape of it. Came out nice on that. Good size. I don't want it to be enormous either. I like to be able to get it on Triton, so I'm going to test that. Alright, say something's wrong with the snorkel I need to fix, so. Alright, so I need to check the ballast. Let's write down some notes so I don't forget this stuff. See you later, have a good day. Let's see. Check ballast. Check the ballast. Let's see. Alright, so I need to see what the maximum capacity in here is. See where we're at, and then I need to ballast up a little bit because we're currently, I don't know where exactly we are, but we're a little bit low, I think. So let's just, where are we at here? Liquid capacity, and let's just direct that into a battery. Bingo. Yep, so we're about where we need to be. So we're at about max. All right, so I need to put in some weight. All right, so center of gravity is looking pretty good there. So let's mass this up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, symmetry's not on. Let's do that. Alright, let's see where we're at there. So we should be pretty close to where we just were, and then that will add some mass. So that'll be hard ballast in there. Want just the deck barely above the water here. So might be a little bit more mass than I'd like to put in there, but I do need to achieve a little bit of negative buoyancy. Alright, so we're biased towards the stern now. Too biased to the stern, so let's cut out some. Try that. Alright. See if we can come up on the bow a little bit, or on the stern rather. Let's cut a strip here. Actually, I want to keep it low, so we'll keep that, and then I'll bang out another set here. There we go. Let's run that. Right, I need to fix the snorkel. Still sitting a little stern heavy. Don't want to cut out too much ballast or we're going to be in trouble. Let's take these. Cut you up to 1, 2. There we go. Try that. Slide that a little bit. I'm trying to make sure I keep it nice and low. Still have a lot of work to do before I actually go into a balancing pass. That's pretty good there. Alright. I can also increase the water ballast by doing... Okay, so it's going to run a negative liquid level. Alright, that's fine. So let's switch that. That's the issue. So yeah, let's just do a less than. I'll fix the snorkel. Alright, that fixes the snorkel. I need to check out my pumps here, so let's find out the pumps. We have, what, 6 tanks? Okay. Save this. You suck. Alright, let's see. Wish we could spawn on the land there so I could look at it really quick, but... Okay, I'm gonna try to take a quick screenshot here. Ah, you suck. Alright, I can't do it at the same time. There we go. Got it. Okay. Got the screenshot. Nice. I'm just gonna add these up. I don't want to put it that when the tanks are full, it's gonna stop pumping air in there. I can do it by atmospheres. Yeah, I can do it by atmospheres. Yeah. Let's do it by atmospheres. That'd be easier. Okay. Yeah, the reason I was getting frustrated is I have no desire to run a cheaty build. So it says it won't consume air inside the tank. That's cheating. So I'm not going to cheat. I'm going to not cheat. And so by doing some trick that's going to make it not actually consume air is cheating. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to pump air into the volume and try to run it like that. Because I don't want to cheat. So let's see. I need to run pressure off atmospheres. Let's go here. Alright, so I need a tank atmosphere. The problem is going to be... Actually, they're going to run at about the same rate, so it doesn't need to be perfect. So we'll do number input, tank pressure. Tank pressure. So... Alright. Okay, this... Tank pressure is less than... Tank. Pump. Shut off. Yum. Alright. Alright, so if the water sensor is reading negative, so we're out of water, we're in the air, and the tanks are less than full, it will trigger the pumps. As soon as the tanks fill up, the pumps will stop. There we go there. I was wondering if you're having a gas tank that stores air so engine can run just a little bit. Wonder if having a gas tank stores air. That's what I'm doing right now. That's currently what I'm doing. Is the air is pumped into these tanks. The tanks then pump the air into this room, and then the engine sucks the air out of the room. So that you can do that. That's what the system does. Alright, I need to grab tank pressure, so tank pressure goes there. Alright, let's try to see if I can sink this. Yeah, I'll be able to add more. If I fall off again, I'm being annoyed. I'm gonna be able to add more water ballast by putting microcontrollers in the floor, which is the plan. So that's gonna come later. Fine. That's kind of the plan. So once I get a final ballast number, I'll index the gauges, but there's no point in doing it till everything's completed. It's just wasting time. Indexing the gauges 5 times, so wait. Alright, snorkel. I want to check the snorkel, so let's go in third person and see what that looks like. Yep, so snorkel's full extended now. And if the tanks are full, so it's likely not pumping it. I could do a ballast balancing system, so this was one thought I had. I might do it, is I don't want to sit on an angle here, so what I might do is I gotta plumb it. It's a ton of plumbing to do that. I don't know, it's not too bad, I guess. So what I could do is put a line in the center of the ballast tank and then put more water in the front or the rear, but try not to do that. Yeah, that's all it's doing, is it's just storing air, putting it in the room, let the room suck out the air. Let's see where we're at. Currently at 1600, so we're about halfway there on ballast, so it's actually pretty fast. Pretty fast, actually. Alright, where are we at now? Let's look. 2100. 2/3 of the way there. So I need to put auto start stop for the engine, probably. So it'll be based off battery. So when the battery gets low enough, the generator will kick on. When the battery gets high enough, the generator will kick off. That way, when we're sitting still, it's not just running the generator for no reason. Alright, so about 1,000 liters left on the ballast tanks. We'll see if it actually gets me to negative buoyancy. Thing is, I want the top of the submarine to be just above the water. And, you know, I don't want just the conning tower to stick above the water, so it's kind of a... We'll see if I have enough ballast in there to do both, which is going to be iffy. But I think adding microcontrols will help because I'll be able to put more water in. So that will be air, which will make me sit higher when the ballast is empty, and then be water when it's full. So do a bunch of tricks, do some half blocks on the floor if I need to. So still plenty of stuff there to put in more water. I think 5,000 was like, you know, definitely negative buoyancy. So 3 is probably pushing it. So I might have to increase this ballast anyway. That excess air ballast will also let me balance out the weight a little bit better. So currently, I'm struggling to balance out the weight because I don't have enough air in there, or it's too heavy, really. So we're coming close, so I don't think this is gonna go negatively buoyant. So let's go and just grab it back. Let's see, check ballast, fix snorkel. Snorkel's fixed, okay, that's good. Alright, so let's do some stuff in here. Let's work on this ballast tank. So let's count up what I have for mass in here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 18 battle cannons. Okay. 18 battle cannons in here. Let's get rid of them for right now, and then I'll replace them. Alright. So what I want to do is the floor, a lot of this floor, let's just go right ahead and start to wedge this floor. So this can't be cut there, so this will be... Symmetry's on. What is that? That is... Okay, so that's got to go like that. That can go there. Okay. What's under here? This is bathroom. Stay out of the bathroom for now, at least. That's gonna be, oh, that's fuel tank there, so that's okay, that can't be touched. Luckily, a lot of this stuff is symmetrical, so I don't have to screw with it too bad. Okay. That's good there. And we're running into something here I have to be careful of, so. Okay. Alright, good. Now we're looking in here. Got more. Can't cut here. This is a, that's a port or something. So. Okay, good. So that's all set. Excellent. Alright. Now I'm going to deal with the fuel tanks first. Right, like that. So this should drop the overall mass. This should also take care of... so this will let me put more air in there, and it'll let me put more water in there, so I can float higher when I empty my ballast tanks, and I'll float lower when I fill my ballast tanks. So this should... So I think we're at like 38 and change. So let's see where we're at now. We're sitting up much higher in the water, which is what I want. So now we can go to 7,300. So that's huge because 5,000 is where the water limit is. We can probably get rid of a bunch, just like not use a bunch of hard ballast in there. 7,300 is a lot. So we might be able to run to 7,300 and not have to have that much hard ballast. The benefit of hard ballast is it makes it so that I don't have to put as much water in there, but it's pumping pretty quick, so that's actually really good. All right, nice. So that should take care of any buoyancy issues we have. Let's paint that floor up again. I wish I'd save. Okay, I did save a little bit of the color. Alright, that's there. Alright, nice. So this should that should really be good for the ballast now. This should float very nicely now. When it's out of the water, should sit up much higher. I like that, more of the sub showing. It's a little bit of hard ballast, probably. Nose a little bit high, the bow. Let's see how it performs. Go for a run. Go for a nice long run here. Okay. Let's go like 5,000. Need to check my thrust. So my thrust is still not working right, so I need to fix that. As soon as I start, like if I tap it down, it's bringing me pretty much to nothing. It's probably a, I don't know what it is. I have to look at how I have it set up right now. So we'll head out, try to head towards deep ocean here. So snorkel's fully extended because we're out of the water. So I might live with that bow being just like we don't tip that much because the thing is the center of thrust is just below, where is it? Center thrust is just above the center of gravity. CG's right here, center thrust is in the black line. So CG's below the black line where it's supposed to be. And so when the engine thrusts, it's pushing the bow back down. So using that little bit of extra ballast in the nose, of air in the nose, is making it so that when we turn the engine on, I don't have to counteract the nose diving. So that actually, we might keep that for a little bit of inherent stability. But sorry if it's being a little short with Axel there. It's I just got a little bit of the ADHD, and I get flustered if I get distracted. I was distracting myself by reading chats. How's it going there, Rasmus? Alright, so let's check battery performance. Pretty good, we're down 5%. Not bad, we're going in excess of what we need for the challenge, so we're 11 and a quarter. 11.25. 11.25 times 1.943. 21.8, so we're exceeding speed by a little bit. We're dropping at 4 decimal places, which is pretty good. Still not feeling well, that's sucky. It's funny, I was listening back to some of my videos there when I had COVID, and you can definitely hear it in my voice. It's no fun. No. 'Tis no fun, the old COVID. Alright, I hope I started pumping ballast early. Yeah, I did, okay. Alright, we're at 21, so now we have a capacity of 7 and change, so we should be pretty good to sink here. Before, with a lot of ballast, with a hard ballast in there, we're, I think 5 something was negative buoyancy, so we'll see where it falls now. The nice thing not having to add too much hard ballast too is it's gonna make the sub lighter for like putting on. I like to be able to load this on Triton, so I can't have it weigh too much, or else it's gonna be a pain to try to load on stuff. It's pretty long as it is, so might not fit on Triton anyway. You know, I didn't measure it out to fit on Triton. I probably put it in the middle, but we'll see. The other thing I've done in the past is I tow it. I've towed submarines, so I just put a rope anchor on the front and just drag it. Let's do a quick snorkel test. We're at 3,000. Let's do a snorkel test here. So snorkel should retract as soon as we go into water. And it does not appear to be working. Why? Oh, frickin' why, man? Snorkel's not running. Powered up. Oh, it is. It's just slow. Snorkel's retracting. It's just slow. I could increase the rate, so. Just slow rate. There it goes. Okay. So snorkel's retracted now. Currently 4,000 ballast in there. Engine's running well. There's the bottom. I might put map of Earth following on there. Funky though because of the pitch, so. Where does the engine get air from? So I have 6 air tanks in there, and the air tanks pump in from the snorkel into storage tanks, and then it vents it directly into the engine room, and then the engine breathes out of the engine room. So, like this right here is there's a, you know, it fills the room. Now the question is, you know, so that's hopefully that's not seen as cheaty, but you know, the air should vent into that room. There's been question of if it's getting eaten out of that room if the room ever goes down in volume. So I can do a test for it. Where are we at? 5,000, so, okay, we're where we're supposed to be on ballast, and we are positively buoyant, which makes sense, so let's go to 8,000. We can't put 8,000 in there, but, you know, 8,000, we don't have 8,000, but we have 7, so I'm just going to try to max out the ballast, because I probably do need some weight, because currently, with the way the system's running, you notice we're still very buoyant, so... And that's a requirement for the challenge, is it has to be able to, you know, use ballast to sink, so I just trim in a little bit of pitch trim for now. So I don't have to keep holding the W key. You see, that's bumping damn fast, so. Why is the air ballast rating 6,000 liters of air? That's a lot of air. That's. Oh, you know what it is? I need bigger tanks now to store my air. That's got to be it. Okay. Because I'm gonna have a bunch of air stuck in there, because my up. Don't hit the bottom, you dickhead. All right. Alright, vehicle damage is off. Okay, good. Engine overheating's on, so if the engine overheats, we'll know. Okay, air ballast is going down. Now, we might have enough tank storage. I need to look, so I'll put a note for that. I need to redo my trim here. So I don't need as much trim. You notice I'm cutting my trim off. I don't need as much, and that's because we're taking on more weight. So we're becoming less buoyant, so I don't need to trim down as much to fight the buoyancy. Let's check air tank storage volume. Air tank storage volume. Okay, check ballast is good. Fixed snorkel is good. Okay, SWAT's 370. Keep there. So a little bit more trim. We're coming up, so we're probably about maxed out. So we're probably going to actually need to have. We'll see. We're going to need a little bit of weight, I think. Probably a little underweight now. Which is alright, we can actually handle a little bit of underweight. I can't tell where the bottom's right there. Okay, I want to make sure I don't smash into it. Damage is off, but I don't want to smash into it anyway. So once we completely fill, I'm going to... once we completely fill up, I'm going to just stop us and make sure that we're actually sinking. Because that's what we're supposed to be doing is for the challenges. It's supposed to actually be able to control it with ballast. Buoyancy. We're still pumping. I forget what the number read. I should have looked at it, but I gotta be getting close to filling up with water. I'm just gonna stop us here, so. Theoretically. Alright, I'm slowing us down now. Backwards. I don't want to go backwards either. Space bar will stop us. Okay. Alright, so as you can see, we are going up. So let's see. I need that ballast. I need to see where the ballast is at. Still growing on ballast. Might put a moving weight in there to keep this thing leveled out properly. I can't tell if we're rising or not, so. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let this fill and I'm gonna use the facilities. So it looks like we're pretty much capped out at 73 and change. That's not too bad. Pretty much, as you know, Rasmus' question was, am I as comfortable with the metric system as with Imperial? Pretty much. I most of my stuff I kind of do it with flying. So I prefer feet and not. I prefer feet for altitudes. I prefer knots for speed. You know, metric. I prefer metric just for the ease of conversion of units. I'm not a huge fan of kilometers for speed, kilometers per hour for speed. You know, I prefer knots. I'm used to miles per hour. You know, I find kilometers per hour better for cars and stuff. Oh shit, we're floating. It's not good. So we need some hard ballast in here. I might put a sliding weight in here to get this thing to sit right too. But yeah, so taking out too much weight there, so because we're pretty much full of ballast. We added a lot of ballast too, so let's drag this back. You know, so like, you know, I think metric's certainly better for the interchangeability of the units, but you know, for as far as what I'm used to, I find, especially for flying stuff, I prefer feet because it's the larger numbers. I think give a better, more precise value. You know. Because, like, the difference between touching down with, like, 10 feet, you know, you could say 3 meters, but, like, once you're down to, like, 1 foot off the runway, it's a smaller unit. 1 meter, you know, is, like, if you were to, like, stall out a meter above the runway, you'd break something if you stalled out a foot above the runway. So that's helpful when you're reading radar altimeters. You know, the precision really doesn't matter too much with altitudes. That's why, like, you do have some countries will use metric altimeters and stuff. But just, you know, a lot of it's what I'm used to. But I'm pretty comfortable with metric. Let's see. All right, so I'm trying to think of the best way to get this to get some stability in here. I don't think pumping ballast fore aft is really going to be all that helpful. Let's see. I can cut a little bit more on the floor here. Probably not, actually. No, I can't. Okay, so that's fine. It's about as far as this should go. I can cut into the bathroom floor and put a little bit more water in the back here. You do it a little bit here. Yeah, so that's just a tiny little bit. I'll add some more water ballast there. Let's do here. All right, I'll check a number on that. Okay. Probably do a moving weight. I want to keep, because it was nosing up like a crazy person, so that was a little bit excessive. So check that out. I meant to check the air. What's the volume on this? So now what I'm going to do is, this has a fill volume of 40%. I'm going to go to 0. Because I need the space to be able to fill all the air out of this ballast tank. So do that. Let's find CG's right here. So I don't need roll stability. Find it. Where is it? Right here. Let's go directly under, right there. So I'm not gonna. So I don't need the weight to be crazy. So let's go like, I don't know, here. So let's see if I can get this kind of permanently ballasted correctly. Yeah, we'll see. Battle cannon piece. Let's try that. So I'll check this. So let's go back until the battle cannons. And we're at 45, 47. And then we're at, so yeah, that's not a ton. Another pretty much 400 mass in there. See how it floats. It's a little bit better. Let's add some more. I'm gonna make this easy to run here. I don't want that nose bobbing up like it was. I really didn't like that. That's not gonna be symmetrical if I do that. Okay. Let's see where we're at now. 5187. So that's about it. That's about the minimum amount of water or deck I want sticking above the water. So like that. It's pretty good there. Okay, let's sink it. See it. Make sure it's sinking even as possible. If it's not, I'm gonna have to put in a movable weight that will level us out. So I don't want to pump ballast all over town. Let's do. Okay. And then I want to check what our new volume is in here because it increased. Okay, 10,000. Nice. So just putting in the bathroom brought that way up. Okay, good. Ah, I can just crouch. Right. Let's go 11,000. I think the extra buoyancy too is going to need to be overcome. Like you see, the stern is already dropping before the bow. I don't mind it sitting a little bit, but it can't like bob up like it was. So movable weight could help with that. That's a thought. 'Tis a thought, so we'll have to think of that. Like to go run another build with this as filling, but I don't think I can go too far. Let's do this. Save this really quick. Let's move to FJ, and then I'll be able to work on other stuff while I'm doing this. See this bench? I don't know why. This bench, like, you have to realign the heights of each bench. A little bit funky weird. Alright, so let's let that pump while I go do something else. I can't stay on the workbench and let that pump. It will pause the game. Yeah, we'll let this sink. Yeah, so I just want to make sure it's not sinking funky. Let's quickly look at the rules again. I want to make sure that I am following all of the rules for the challenge. Find a lot of my challenges, people are not reading the rules sometimes, and then it becomes a problem that they get, they get most of their build done, and then they realize, oh, I forgot a rule, I didn't see a rule. So I like to try to keep checking it. That way, it doesn't sneak up and bite you in the ass. Must be able to spawn within the career starter base dock. Check. Must have a livable interior, crew sleeping areas, kitchen, bathroom, amenities, etc. Check. Propulsion submarine can use any form of glitchless propulsion except purely electric. If using electric motors, they can draw power from a battery pack, but the battery pack must also be connected to a generator. Check. Coal, diesel, steam, nuclear, etc. Check. Only exception is solar. Must be able to reach 20 knots while submerged. achieve. So it's not sustained 20 knots, it's achieve. So I can go over 20 knots, and then it will, as the battery, like I would say probably, like say 20 minutes, I'm going to be less than 20 knots for sure. I could do 16 sustained, I believe, and keep the batteries at 100%, so that's fine. 100 meters, I have not tested 100 meters, I don't think, but that I know of. Some of those tests could have been 100 meters. Must have adequate living systems on board, such as air ventilation for breathing, etc. So I'm trying to think about what I want to do with this. It's an interesting thing. What I'll probably do is... trying to think. I can't spin out carbon dioxide. You know, it's lack of oxygen which is causing issues. So probably what I'll do is storage tanks, and I might do a outflow valve. So essentially you're just burping air. What I might do is burp the air into the engine compartment. We'll see. Might burp some air in the engine compartment, and then you just have a storage tank. You know, so if you had like a medium storage tank, that's a lot of air volume. And just it will make sure there's enough oxygen in the rig. So I'd have to double check to see what the minimum oxygen is and do that. Yeah, so vehicle must conform to spirit of the challenge, which it does. It's not a truck or a weird flying airplane. It's a submarine like it's supposed to be. Purpose of your midget submarine is up to you. So my current one is a submarine home slash you know, mission for doing repair missions. So yeah. Alright, so yeah, so that conforms fine, so don't have any issues there. Let's check in on progress. So it's sinking nice and flat, as you can see, so that's beautiful. We'll see how it gets when it gets more in there, but looking pretty good so far. It's sinking nicely directly down. Yeah, mirror blocks would be really nice. I would like them to, like, if you, kind of almost like a HUD, like do it as a pane of glass, and make it kind of like the new gyro parts, the cameras, and the ability to, that way we can turn the mirrors. That would be good for like truck mirrors. And then, like, say you want to do just a mirror in, like, make them 1x1 flat plane. So it'd be like, say it would be like a window without a frame. Like, I would do it without the frame, and the reason is then you could make it so that you put a bunch of them and makes a mirror on the wall. So you want to put a wall mirror. But then if you did a single plane mirror, I wouldn't mind if they could do multiple sizes. They could do 1x1s, 2x2s, 1x3s, you know, 2x, you know, all the different sizes essentially to make where we can make a wall mirror, or we can make a, like say a truck mirror, and then make it so that we can angle it, because part of the problem is it's like, you know, by angling it, you have to add a pivot. A minimum size pivot is a 1x2 part, so it really makes it cumbersome where, like, for a lot of builds, a 1x2 is as big as you'd want your mirror to be, so that starts getting excessive. You know, I think that's part of the issue sometimes with the game is, like, the parts get big. It's currently sinking beautifully. Let's hope it continues on its trend of sitting flat, because I really don't want to have to put in a sliding weight. I really do not. Let's put a note. I want to increase the speed of the snorkel. So, snorkel, speed. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, so still sinking nicely. Good. Let's see. There's some good builds going on for the challenge too. Bunch of people have submitted their challenge builds already. So that's good to see. Everybody is till the 9th now. I believe it's the 9th. Let me check. I don't want to say the wrong one and somebody gloms onto that. Yep, 12/9. You know, it's the morning of that. It's at midnight. Stroke of midnight. But bring up the countdown. I shall bring up the countdown. So there's the countdown for the challenge. 8 days, 9 hours, 49 minutes, and 53 segundos. So, should be plenty of time. You know, I banged mine together and it was 2 days, so you figure if you're even just starting now and you can't sit down and do it for, you know, extended period of time, you still should be able to get it done. So that is good. So I'm looking forward to Big Man's challenge too. I think this will be a good one. You know, especially it's very timely with the new pressurization stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff between ballast tanks and life support systems. All that is really cool with this new stuff. You know, and then in the career game, we get that mission. It's gone now because the save file gets, I had to revert the save because the game crashed. So, but like the rescue mission where you have to go down and rescue a boat that's on the ground, on the bottom of the ocean, bring up a plane that's on the bottom of the ocean. If you have to bring up you have to go down and repair something on the underwater base. I've never gotten the repair mission for the cable for Ring of Fire. That would be kind of cool. So that's a lot of good stuff for the sub to do. You know, so that's interesting work for the submarine. Let's go in there. It's hard to tell if it's actually moving or not. So let's get in there. I want to check it. Currently, oh yeah. So we're only at 6,000 liters. That's funky, man. It hits a certain amount, and then it tail dives. I could fill the front compartment with water. That's a thought. Because that's part of the issue I'm having now too. Is I think most of the air is sitting in that bow compartment. You know, so the other thought is to put some. I might have to split the ballast tanks. I might have to do it. It's gonna be funky though because I use the pitch fins a lot for the dive planes. So, you know, it's gonna constantly try to change the water when I'm doing that. Because all I need is essentially a pump in, pump out. That's really it. So I might split the tanks and do it. I don't think it's gonna be that hard to do it. Yeah, mirror block would be really cool. Like I can't find, like they did that in Farming Sim. Like some people had done that. That would be kind of cool. But I think a mirror block would be a really nice addition to the game. While I'm waiting here, I'm going to bring up, see what the bug reports are looking like for the game. This is kind of watching paint dry, getting this tank filled, and I can't jump back in the workbench while I'm doing this because it will pause. It pauses the game if I'm in the workbench. So that's not really going to help me if it pauses the game while I'm trying to fill the ballast tanks. So did some work on the refinery, just working out some kinks and issues in that, trying to get the fractioning tower working right, and then you know, I'll be able to do some tutorials on some of that stuff. Buying, selling points closed. Get more. What the hell? Let's see. Okay, this one looks like this one's from a familiar person. This one's mine. No, no response from that one yet. So not too many bug reports, it seems. Because I think that's what crashed the game. Is they were just like the NPCs were never despawning. Kind of not too much going on with that, it seems. So I think I'll do split ballast tanks because it's not that it hits once I hit a certain amount of ballast. Once it starts to become negatively buoyant, because we're negatively buoyant, we're sitting on our tail there. You know, there's still a bunch of air sitting. So like we're more neutrally buoyant now. We're sitting on our tail. What I can do is try to pump the water into... I can transfer between 2 ballast tanks. Or I can do a moving weight. I'm trying to decide. Moving weight will be quicker. You know, be more instant. Still have a couple thousand liters left to go here, so... Problem is between, you know, hard ballast and water ballast. Because we don't have a lot of buoyancy in the tail of the craft. And so we're kind of balancing it right off the center of gravity, so weight would be helpful with that. It would be more instant. It'd be very little on electricity. It would also be... I think it would also have less of an effect on the... Because the problem is the water... I can't move the water fore and aft fast enough, really. And it's kind of funky to do water pitch balancing, where a weight is just more instant. So I'll play with the system, see what I can do. But we're close. We're within 2,000 liters. Oh, there we go. We're on the bottom now. Alright, so it's really not all that bad, but I want to get this balanced. So I'm thinking a weight's going to be the best way to do it. Passing the ballast fore and aft is just, I think, going to be funky. So how many do I have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a lot, man. Let's try something here. Let's do a shift there. I don't want to keep pumping this all day either. Let's work on something else here. This is I'm gonna be pumping this all day to get this to work. So let's go back. I'm gonna save this version, because that's my only issue I'm having with it, is the way that it balances as it reaches negative buoyancy. It's got the nose up in the air. So one thing I could do is, like, I could flood this compartment in the front. If I can get a floodable area in here. Problem is, stuff. What is this? That's my liquid meter. Do I have 2 liquid meters? That's gas. Okay, liquid can move. And then... Yeah, so what I can do is this. Let's grab this. Cut this. This might fix it, just doing this, or make it a little bit better. So let's go like that, merge that. And then now this here is part of the ballast tank. So that is actively part of the ballast tank, is this whole nose section here. And so that will fill with water, because this is my most buoyant section, is the front of the submarine. Because, you know, big, round, full of air. All this is full of air. Then you get to the back, and it narrows down. Plus, there's a big engine in here. And so no water goes in the back here. It stops right around the bathroom. But, so the nose wants to buoy up. So by cutting that, hopefully some water goes in there, and we get, it wants to sit, you know, wants to sink more evenly. So I'll play with that and see where it goes later. I'm not going to keep just doing ballast tests, or we'll be here all day just doing that. Haha, just jump on the sub, you scum, so I can read. So now we're up to 13,000 liters. It's sitting pretty good. Well, it's, yeah, so it's sitting where I want. I want just like the top of it, kind of above the water, kind of like a modern nuke sub. So like that's good. That's how I want it to sit in the water. Alright, let's fix a couple things. So snorkel, where you at there, snorkel? This rate is gonna go there. Make it 10 times faster. Alright. What else does this need? Those can go, that can go, that can go. Start trying to dress this up a little in here, I guess. Let's start painting, and then I might start working on some aesthetic. Start putting some cockpit stuff in, maybe, or some bridge. There's fuel tanks; those can go. I think, you know, I didn't want to work on the bridge until most of the systems were kind of in place, and I think we're pretty good on systems right now. Just mostly tweaking systems at the moment. Okay. Don't select the color then, guy. Put in some other systems here that we need. Yeah, I think it's moving along pretty nicely. Haha. The color picker is not picking colors, and it's aggravating. There we go. Trying to think how I want this airlock. I wouldn't mind this airlock looking a little bit differently in here. So let's go do my chrome color here on the venting. The panel will go dark panel on there. And maybe like a stainless in here. I want the airlock to be a little bit different, a little bit more industrial looking in the airlock. Click on the right thing, please. Thank you. Okay. That'll be the airlock. Do some more detailing in here. Trying to take a break from some of the systems here. Let's see. No, stop doing that. There we go. straight line, I'd be thrilled here. So. I got a refrigerator. Haha, stop doing that. There we go. Oh, it's going to take forever. There, straight lines there. May the hand be solid and make a straight line. Okay, good. I think if I can. It'll look funky, but it's not bad. I kind of like that more than what I had. Let's try that. Refrigerator. Let's see, what do we have? 3 tall cabs. Okay, good. We need to trim 1. Trim 1. Cabinetry in there. Let's see. Go stainless or chrome on this. Probably stainless here. Around the sink basin. Kind of like the idea of an open sink. Let's try that. Might like that. Kind of cool. Give it a little bit of depth. Yeah, kind of digging that notion. Yeah, I kind of like the notion of an open sink basin like that. What are we looking at here for under cabinetry here? That can't be. See, this is... That's like a backsplash there. Let's go. Cabinetry there. Yeah. Was it two talls. Two talls, and then what do we got? We got... Let's get some lights actually plumbed in this sucker. See ya. See ya. Let's see. Are you anything important? I don't believe so. And then probably do with one light in here. Nice. Okay, good. RGB light. Nice. All right, let's bring the dimmer in. Fit one in the airlock. Probably not. The way I have it currently. Fit two in there, though. Ah, you suck. Fit the one in there. Okay. Fit the one in there. Alright, that's where it'll go. That's it. Corner block. Yeah, it's gotta go there. Alright. Do electricity for those. Okay. I want to do these side panels here. Kind of taking a look at that for a console. Yeah, digging that for a console. Alright, so we pretty much have most of this ballast system in. Alright, so that's ballast up top. Let's quickly index this. So I'll just index this a little bit. I don't know what the total volume is going to be at the moment. Let's actually get the total volume. It'll probably change again, but I'm sick of the gauge kind of spinning. So let's grab this and go to air. Let's check those numbers. All right, 13, 125 on both. Perfect. else. Alright, so those are indexed there. Figure out what this one, I want this one to be later. Put a monitor here with my compass, speed, all that will go there. So we'll grab that off another build. All right. So let's see what I want to do here. So there's lights. We'll have some lights in this bad Johnny. So that'll be speed. Speed, depth, probably something else. So I gotta see where I can grab that from. So let's do that. Probably off. Let's check the tugboat. Let's see. Heading depth, we want that. Okay, good. And then bearing, I'll pull bearing off something else. What build did I made a rescue boat that I didn't really use, but it has a panel that I like. Let's find that. This one here. Where's bridge power? This one here. So that's knots, heading, and depth right there. I want this one. All right, let's grab that one. Where's the micro for this? So that is going right to here. So that's the speed heading panel. You put a physics sensor in. Goes to that monitor there. Physics sensor. So where can I jam a physics sensor? Physics sensor. I'll make sure I orient it correctly, so I'll drag it in properly. Could you grab a color to save your life, game? Grab the color. 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 Press the right button and then it works, huh? Okay, that was a me issue. Distance sensor. Okay, I need distance in the bottom. Get out of there. Let's see, where do I want it? Right. Didn't just delete my physics sensor, did I? Nope, perfect. All right. Distance sensor. Okay. So for now, until I finish the system up, I'm going to put occupied seats, going to turn on the relay and backlights. Okay, and then I'll finish that later. Get electricity kind of working on these. Bingo, bango, bongo. Alright, good. Let's go see how that feels when I actually sit in it. I like the feel of this room now. It's a little bit more mechanical in here. Right. These panels feel way too off the sides. Feels like I'm sitting a little close. I really don't want to do a sliding seat, but I can recess these. This one's fine. I'll recess the other ones. Okay. Let's do that. I can't recess these. Yeah. Can't really recess them. Off. Okay, what's this? There. All right. This potentially adds a bunch of phantom forces, which I'm really not thrilled about, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Hoping not to do this. I really didn't want to put any physics forces in here. Alright, see how that looks. Alright, slowly slide back so that this comes into view. Okay. That's better view, and then we're jump out, slides forward. Alright. Alrighty, that works. Dr. Evil type of stuff. I'm trying to paint this block here. It's being obnoxious. There we go, right there. Come on, let me paint it, sucker. Come on, let me paint it. It doesn't want me to paint it. I really don't have to reattach this seat, too. We'll do this. You're gonna play rough? We'll play rough here. There we go. Okay. Can't tell where I am. Okay. You wanna be a pain? We'll go like that. Alright. Alright, there we go. It's painted now. Alright, so a little seat slider. That'll make it easier to actually see our gauges. Alright, so let's see what we have in here for systems and what we need. So we have lights and dimmer. We have depth. We have, this is going to be depth under keel. Our heading. So ballast system. Speed, depth under keel. What else? And heading. So we have compass. Our current heading, depth under keel, I believe. Or no, compass. Jesus, speed, depth under keel. All right. That's ballast. Okay. Start doing electrical, master power, flippy switchy. 1. Okay. Bridge systems. Bridge systems. Button. Toggle 2. Okay. Battery. We want a gauge sideways 0 to 100. 3. Volts. 4. Okay. So that's most of our electrical systems there. Then we want the engine generators. Let's see. Generator. And I should be able to run this separate system. Let's see, I might be able to feed this in. I'll run numbers in a second. Generator. RPS. Dial. What are we going up to? Like 15? I want RPM. I always want M. Let's see. We're going around 16 max, I'd say. So 16 times 60. 960. Okay. Temp. Temp C. Dial 0. 20. RPM is going to be, let's see. I'll do that and then do S watts, I think. It's going to put a light to show if it's on, but it will, because it's going to shut itself off when it's not needed. So it's going to do that, but RPM will show me, if RPM's reading 0, will show me that's off. So, like some of the stuff you like, especially in a lot of professional operations, if they're not going to actually, you know, they could put a light that shows it's on, or you can just look at the RPM and see that's on, you know. S watts. Doesn't really matter what our S watts are, but you can read them. Dial 0 to run about 370, so we'll just go 400 on there. Alright, so that's going to be our generator operation here. I still need, so we need more. I need fuel. Fuel port. A gauge vertical. I think it was like 1600, so we'll do 1700. Fuel starboard. Gauge 0 to 1700. Let's do storage. Atmospheres, dial 0 to 60. Engine room. Atmospheres. So it'll be 0 to 1.5. Alright, so there's gonna be, so I'm trying to keep the systems kind of like how you'd have it in a proper vehicle, like, you know, kind of how I'm used to with aircraft and stuff is, especially aircraft, is put all my, you know, major systems here. So electrical going into, so this is all electrical essentially. So it's the actual master power, the systems, the bridge systems, and then, so like for example, if I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm just gonna sleep in the bed or whatever, I don't need the bridge system running constantly. So I can shut the bridge systems off, we'll depower the bridge systems. We need battery and we need the volts. Are we charging or are we discharging? By how much? Then we go into, we prime the generator. As soon as this button's on, it allows the generator to go in auto start stop and run itself. Then it'll be RPM of the generator, temperature, S watts. Then we go into the 2 fuel tanks, and we go into the air pressures for the engine system. So that pretty much fills out the engine. Is there anything else I want in engine? Not right now. So I'm thinking drive systems over here. I haven't decided how I want those to look yet. Yeah, I haven't decided what I want on that yet. Let's see. Alright, so probably, so there's going to be engine systems over here, there's going to be drive systems, and then we'll probably do navigation depth stuff there. Be cool to do Lua, but I don't want to get into it. I really don't. Kind of don't want to get into Lua right now. Be kind of cool to do, but also a pain in the ass. Name of the game, Lua. It's a pain in the ass. Let's see. Because we'll see. We won't have current depth, so let's do. Here, let's start. I kind of like analog stuff. Analog's very, I've always liked analog stuff. It's kind of it's more interactive. I hate some of the new stuff. It's just brutal. Let's see. Set depth. Okay. Dial. Do I want to dial? Gauge. I think gauge vert. Set depth 0 to. I don't know how low we get. Can't go below 1,000 meters, I don't think, right? Set depth in meters. Okay. Current depth. We'll also have redundancy there. Current depth gauge. Zero to 1,000. All right, so those will be next to each other. So the depth I want, and then the current depth, and then we'll just do arrow buttons here. So set depth. Arrow button up, push, set depth. It's weird because it's up is a smaller number because we're going up in the water column, but arrow button down, push that. Okay, so that's kind of my depth setting. Kind of keep it. I think we'll keep it simple on that. I want to kind of keep it simple and analog whenever I can. It's kind of the desire there. All right, so that's depth. All right, let's save this. I'm gonna start. I need to bang in a bearing panel on this, so let's. All right, I don't want to convert over bearing panel, so what I'm gonna do is. I'd say tugboat is probably will work fine. We'll run the tugboat's navigation system because we need to put navigation in here as well. I think that's probably, I want, one of my most recent boats, but I also don't want it to be a pain to pull it either, so. This is automated, so that will work, but I don't want to have to like de-automate some of the systems either, so. So probably that rescue boat, I'm thinking is probably that, or the tugboat. Hey, let's check the systems on this really quick. I have not used it. This might be our next boat in the Career Build Series Live, as I have not used this much. And so, what's that? Transponder locator? Okay, how do I turn this sucker on? Right. So this has volts, temp, volts, RPM, small keypad, I don't know what that does. Large keypad, fuel port, RPM, starboard. All right, so this has bearing panel in it. This doesn't have, I never got to put in systems in this, so the tugboat I think is what we're going with. Load game. Peace off, sir. Need tugboats from 4 years ago, thanks. Jump up there, sucker. Alright, let's see. This one has... okay, let's see. Wind speed. Alright, so this is my heading hold to bearing. Okay, so I'm going to want that. That's going to give me my bearing... See, I want the monitor, though. That's the problem. Yeah, Yeah, the other one has the monitor. Alright. Yeah, so I'm going to use the other one. This one, I want the monitor. I want to, because I don't want to have too much, because I still need to put in a keypad. That's a 2 blocker in there. If I put a heading hold, that's an extra, so that's a good 3 blocks used there. So yeah, it's just cumbersome. So let's grab this, find the bearing panel here. So this is the bearing here, bearing monitor. What's that? That is speed heading. Copy that. What is speed heading? It's not plugged in anything. I think it's a duplicate. I think it's a duplicate. Because this is speed heading, speed heading. Yeah, I just duplicated it. Okay. Let's grab that. Alright, good. So let's gonna go. So navigation is gonna go over to the right here. So I have nothing over here, right? So let's go. I'm trying to keep things where they're supposed to be. So this is gonna be lights are moving over here. Alright, then this will make this navigation depth. So this will be, you know, operating systems and then kind of like running systems over here. So let's grab that for now. Okay. I want to go monitor, bearing there. See, if I put the bearing monitor here, I can put the keypad here. That's kind of helpful. So I'll keep that in mind. I might move this down to here just to be able to put the keypad in. Yeah, might do that. We'll see. All right. Start plugging stuff in. Monitor touch. Physics sensor. That is to heading hold. Okay, so we'll save this, and I need to grab heading hold stuff from the tugboat. I try to improve my systems where like this now plugs into a bunch of other stuff, so that it's like it's easier for me to exchange it out for different systems. Oh, it's the other one, right? Okay, it's on the other one. I grabbed the wrong fucking version, man. There it is. There's the version. All right, here is the to heading hold, and this is heading hold. All right, good. I haven't built any new boats in a while. It'll be kind of fun to. I want to make a steam home ship now that I've kind of got the steam tutorials going. Helm. Okay. This is going to be bearing panel. There. All right. And then we need keypad is for the heading, and then we have rudders or rudder. This is what? Key. Why did this need a key? Let's check it. It's going to be systems, so. Key. What is key all about? Help. There's a key somewhere. All right, here. Okay, so that turns the pit on. So that's going to be a different system. We'll leave key for now because it'll probably end up having to come off something else. It'll be the master power. It'll be the systems button. Let me read some chat. I think I said hi to Citrus. Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I'm not. I don't really want too much Lua. December 9th. It's in the announcements. It's the midnight my time, so the morning of December 9th. So a week Friday. Wonder if I should build steam home train. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I've thought about doing a home train before. It'd be kind of cool to have a helicopter. It'd be cool to have a boat with a winch system so that you can winch the boat. Like, say you're on one of the bridges, you can put the boat over the side of the bridge, winch it down. That'd be a lot of fun. I've contemplated doing that myself. I have my diesel locomotive. I was thinking of making some more cars. That's the nice thing with trains. I don't get into trains much, but it'd be nice because you can like make a car and the home train just stacks up with cars. So I kind of like that. That's kind of a cool notion. So what we'll do is, I'm not going to do that right now. Let's see. All right, so we need a couple keypads. Let's make an executive decision there. Merge that. Haha. Let's see. Go like that. Actually, I want them greened out. And then go like that. Okay, so that'll be navigation there. So pretty much most of my navigation stuff's there, I think. That'll be good. Drive system still here, so I want to kind of think how I want to do drive system here. If I slide this seat up, am I going to be able to turn these down? That's the question. All right, let's try something here. All right, I got to redo some of this. So let's take the seat. Let's cut the seat back. Let's take it out for now. I'm going to change the way this is. So that's in like that. Because so I had it like this. I want to put those panels frontward. So let's rotate, let's push this back one. Okay, now I need to cut in here again. Not a big deal. Grab the yellow seat, merge it to the piston. Okay. We yellow it up, or yellow it up. Alright, so you're getting killed. Then we're going to grab these back, cut these, paste them back, merge them. Alright, and so we change this up. So the seat is now going to be, where the hell are you? So if we're let's see. I'm going to flip this around here. So it will be... If it's not occupied, we want to increase it to a max of 0.5. 0 is going to be the reg position. And if we're occupied, it's going to decrease it. So that should work. And then the whole reason I'm doing that is I want to flip these down facing me like that. All right, let's spawn it. Let's see how this cockpit feels. Make sure I can reach everything. All right, so it's real close up against until I sit in it. Now we're gonna slide back. Yep, that's better. Okay. So we have access. This is going to be our drive systems here. I can also do more of this kind of tightening around the window, I think, will be good. This is going to be heading hold. We can reach that. This is going to be the waypoint. That is bearing panel. So put the monitor there so I can put it next to the keypad. Drive systems. Lighting is here now. Let's do infinite electricity. I just want to check my lighting. All right, there's whites. Let's go through. So I jump out of the seat. The whole point of this is the seat will slide forward so I can get through this door without any issues. Give me more space. If I paid attention, I'd be on the right side. That's light there. That's a light there. Nice. Okay. That needs to be repainted there. Okay. I'll just grab the seat for now. No, can't do that when that's open. Okay. It'll be a pain in the ass right now. I'm trying to like. They added this feature a long time ago. It was how the hell did I get in the third person mode? I press C. They added this feature where before you used to always fall off the ladders. When you'd get to the top of them, you couldn't. It would let go of the ladder. Now what it does is it like pushes you forward. They added that a long time ago, so it was helpful for ladders, but it has its own behavior. All right, so lights, red lights, dimmer, bright, dim. There we go. Nice. Okay, good. So lighting works well. All right, I can reach my set depth, so we'll have the depth in meters, which will all. So this is depth under. This isn't feet. That's in meters. I'm gonna probably convert that. We'll make it all meters. Current depth. So we'll set our set depth. So I'll put this wherever I want. These have to be flipped because they're gonna be negatives. And then we'll have the current depth will read essentially what this is reading. And then we'll have the set depth. Actually, you know what I'm going to probably do? I'm going to do set depth. I'll do a activate depth hold. And then this will be what we'll read. So we'll set our depth in meters. This will read out how many meters we're currently at. And then I'll get rid of this current depth and put in an actual toggle. So we'll put this one up here and then put the activate there, I think. And then this is going to be navigation. So this will be bearing panel. It will be keypad for the waypoint. That will be heading hold. So I'm going to need to have, I'll put the autopilot up. I'll just do autopilot flip switches. So it'll be autopilot master, nav, heading hold, GPS. Radio, heading hold, GPS. All right, so that'll be there. So that will fill up that spot. This will be drive systems. So I'm going to put in my thrust stuff on there. I'll see you later there, Rasmus. Read some chat. It's a little bit excessive, but you know, you can only do it as fast as you can do it. So like mine are, I think mine are in like the 2-3 minute marks. I don't know. I have to see. I haven't tested this one in a while where it's at currently, but yeah. So we'll get some. Getting this panel works done is take some time here. So let's see. AP Master. AP Master. So that's going to be a bouton, toggle bouton. This would be heading hold. Bouton. Toggle. This would be radio, nav, bouton, toggle. This will be GPS nav, GPS nav, bouton, toggle. All right, so that'll be our autopilot stuff. Piece off. Let's see. What am I doing here? There we go. There, additive, there, thing. Alright, so that'll be our mode. So autopilot master, we have heading hold, radio, and nav. That's depth. I don't know what I want here yet. This will be drive systems. I'm trying to start working on drive systems, I guess. Trying to think how I want to do drive systems. They're pretty much just doing forward back. I need to work on, so the fins need to be inverted when we go backwards. So let's do that really quick. That should be a quick micro. Actually, we'll do that. Let's do the depth hold right now. That'll be easy to do, and it needs to be done. So start working on that. We'll try to get some of these systems knocked out. All right, set depth in meters. All right, so this should be fixed first because it's in feet. So let's go monitor here to this thing, okay. Speed heading. Let's see, physics sensor, distance sensor, and then we're gonna read it right out in meters. So we'll leave that in there. That can stay, that's fine. Knots, it's staying in knots. Okay, what are you on? You're on 3. So 3 is get number. Depth. It's going to be meters. Okay, so that should be fine. Right, so that's now in meters. This here needs to change, so that's going to be depth minus. It's got to be negative, so negative 1,000, 0. Right, it's 1, this is 2. Arrow button up, push 2, okay. Then this is going to be depth hold. Depth hold is going to be we'll do it as a push button, I think. Toggle there, rather. 4. Okay. And then I'll do backlights on that later. All right. And I'll probably have to flip that. All right, so that's good. Let's go and we'll start working on the depth hold. So I want to start with a blank microcontroller. And a lot of these microcontrollers are going to go in the ballast tanks, which will give us even more ballast. So. Depth hold, okay. I'm trying to think, do we have a global depth? We have to have a global depth off of the physics sensor. So let's take, I need to read this really quick. I need to make sure the physics sensor is reading a global depth. I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's the Y coordinate. If I remember off the top of my head, 9, maybe 9. Wait, look, I gotta see. Let's see. 2. Okay, 2. Way off. That's 2. Trying to decide if I want to. Okay, so if we're moving, it's going to use the think if we're moving, I want to do fins. The problem is, yeah, I'm going to need to do ballast too. So we're going to have to do a combination system of ballast and that, which is interesting. That's going to be a challenge to get right. So right now, this is going to be seat. Number out. Oh my God! Number output. Dive planes. Jesus. All right, let's get in there and work on this. Okay. Dive plane seat physics sensor. All right, so I want to read out what this is reading here. So let's go. Channel 2. Okay, and then that's going to be that. So I'm going to need to find neutral buoyancy, and then we'll do fine buoyancy control, or fine ballast control to try to get it to hold, because I want it to hold its altitude with its ballast as well. So we'll see how that works. Seat. And then dive plane. So we're doing WS for pitch. So that is 2 as well. Okay. So that's 2. And that's going to be an add. So we need speed. Because when we go backwards, the dive planes need to work opposite. So let's see. Linear velocity, 9er, I believe it is. Yeah, it's 9. Depth is just doing that one thing. Depth is just doing that one thing. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go composite. Do I have to read back to this? I do. Okay, I can't do that then. All right, so that's fine. Because if I didn't have to read back to it, I would just go through the panel with the seat, but I have to read back to it anyway, so. Okay. We'll do 1. I don't know, 1 might be too short, but we'll do 1. Okay. Then we'll do... That's good. Okay. So if this is less than 0, that's what I was wondering what block I've been missing there, and that was it. Okay. Alright, so when we go backwards, we need the dive planes to operate in reverse so that we rise and lower correctly. So, real simple, the seat here. So, the physics sensor is reading out 9, which is velocity. So, if we're going backwards, essentially, we want the fins to operate backwards. We are reading channel 2 off the physics sensor, which is the altitude. I'm hoping this will read negative. I gotta look, but we'll see. And then this is gonna be part of the actual depth hold system. So I have a counter here for the depth up and down. Count down to a minimum of 1,000 meters, which I think I need to find how deep it actually goes so that we're not going ridiculous there, but doesn't matter, we're going to set it anyway. And then let's see, we have the select on there is 3. So 3, if we click the button to do depth hold, it's going to go turn the pit on. Start with a value of 1. We'll see how bad that is. Probably pretty high. This is our current depth. This is our desired depth. That's going to then come through here. It's going to add the PID to my actual motion so that I can override it with the seat and also steer or also dive with my seat. When we go in reverse, it's going to select the negative, the inverse for the dive planes. And then we need to run the panel. So the panel is going to be... What's the panel running? Just this, right? Yeah. That's kind of a, seems like almost a waste, but whatever. Okay, so we want to go, what are we writing? 1? 1. All right. Let's check this. Where was it? Nine. Yep, 9. And this is in... Okay, that's... No, 9 is speed. You have 9 speed. Okay, that's correct. What's... Then I'm running the distance sensor for this. Distance sensor. Yep, distance sensor for that. That's depth under keel. Shit. That's going to be depth under keel. So I do need to read that out. Crap. I'll see you later, Citrus. Crap. Yeah, so this isn't going to work correctly there. It will work, but it's not going to be perfect. All right, let's update that. See what we can do with the depth hold here. Depth panel. These are fixed. Okay. Depth panel. All right. We'll go do a quick run. I'll probably take a break. All right, let me see what the hell's wrong with my throttle. I'm having throttle problems here. Trigger should be push. So 0. Rust. Okay. Up, down should be reset 100%. That would be Y. Rust. Alright, that will fix that problem. Nice. Alright, let's go take a run. I don't think we'll take a break. I don't believe there was a money component, money limitation on Big Man's Challenge. We're at 40 grand. I don't think we're going much more than that. All right, so let's see. None of that stuff matters right now. 6. All right, and then, so that's meters. So depth under keel in meters. No, this is reading right, I think. I could get rid of the distance sensor and just put a local on there. That's what I'll do. Okay. All right. So let's go going forward. All right, I was reading the knots up top. We have our heading 348. 347 heading. There's 20 knots, which is what we need for the challenge, which we're right on the money. Perfect. So we have 11 meters depth under keel. So we should be able to set. Let's see. So let's go down. Why is that not freaking working, man? Okay, that's not working. Let's bring that back. Why are you not working there, guy? No, never tried scrap mechanic. Push 2. Push 2. Push 2. Why are you not working correctly, guy? That's because it's not numbered correctly. Okay, that would be why. Alright. Ah, I missed. I missed. Come on, man. Just jump. Jackass. You jackass. There we go. Okay. All right, so there's 10 meters under the keel. We set our depth. There's 4. There's 6. There's 8. Okay, so that's backwards. All right. Good to know, and the number's way too huge. So let's go depth hold. We want to add a node, which will be p-value. Okay, it's good to know. Let's go back in here. And so this will be right here. It'll be negative, what are we, y? Z rather? Negative z. Plus a minus z. Okay, update that. All right, and I need to get back in there because I didn't actually put this in there. Let's go p-value here. So it was 1. 1 is way too high. Actually, we're going to use the heading hold for now. So we'll go heading hold there. All right, electricity. How are we looking on electricity? It goes there. Let's redo all this here. This is a mess. All right, so for right now, this heading hold is going to run the p-value on the depth hold. All right. Make sure to shut the top. I did. Okay. All right, set the depth, 8 meters, set depth hold, And we need to put in a number. So we're going to put in 0.1. That's 1/10 of what it was last time. There's 12. There's 15. There's 18 meters. So I probably just have too much buoyancy right now to do it. There it goes. It's gonna go crazy. A little bit high on the number here. Let's just bring that down. 0.05. Still rambunctious. Now it's a little bit slow. It's gonna need a D value in there to smooth it out. It's overshooting. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need a D value, likely. I'm gonna override it to try to help smooth it out. So I'm gonna do the D values job. You know, we're not going to be able to tell right now because I have depth under keel instead of depth. I'm going to change depth under keel. I really don't care what the depth... problem is I do in a submarine. I want to know how deep I can go because I don't have a chart to tell me, you know. But in theory, it's working in the right direction now. It just needs to be tuned in, so... The other thing is, with ballast, it's fighting the air the whole time. So let's put 13 grand in here. I'm starting to get there. You know, once this bridge is kind of done, I can finish decorating the bottom, and we're pretty much done. You know, all these microcontrollers are going to go in the floor of the living quarters, so that gives us even more ballast room. Because what I can do is I don't need to put in a bunch of battle cannon pieces in there. If you can make your it's fine to do it, but it's good for balancing, but the thing is I'd rather not if I can, because what I can do is pre-fill it with water, so it can start with, say, 50% water, you know, to kind of get a head start on filling. You know, it's going to do this because now the submarine is much more buoyant because it has a ton of air ballast in there. Let's shut that off. Let's let it ride on the surface. I'm going to go use the head real quick. Let's check our electricity. I think infinite electricity is actually on. Okay, I need infinite electricity. So something got disconnected, so we'll leave it on. Yeah, something got disconnected, so I'll leave it on for now. All right, I'll let the ballast fill up. I'm going to use the head real quick as this ballast is filling up. Okay, so I might go into this panel here. I think I need, so like this is depth under keel, which is important. So that, for example, like if we're, you know, if we're 50 meters under the water, we have 50 meters left, I know to only add 50 meters to this, you know, to set my depth. I need to know depth under keel. I also need to know our current depth. So I should put set depth here, current depth here, and maybe move this button somewhere else, I think. I think that's what I'll end up doing. Hey everyone, how's it going there, Aaron? Good to see you. How's it going, Al? Hey, a bit abroad, huh? It's coming along, the sub. Working on systems now, so currently navigation is in, it's not plumbed up. I'm working on depth systems now. Ballast is kind of coming towards a conclusion. A little bit of paint here. You know, that's the bridge. Finally kind of got this looking how I want it in here. The airlock is working well. Down here, let's turn on some lights. I have lights now in here, so let's turn those on. I did not bother to turn those on. So let's get in here. There's my whites. We can do red and dims. Alright, so a little bit of decoration in here. Fridge. I still need to work on the buttons to turn on the stove. Floating sink. I probably will do 4 legs on it. Cabinetry there. This space in here is a little bit empty, but I'll probably put like storage in the walls, maybe. Do something like that. Have the head in the back here. Oh, that's a bad color there. Head in the back. Sleeping quarters up front. You know, so this needs to be decorated. I'm gonna probably go wood on this. Maybe just a different shade. But coming along in here. Use a little bit of detailing here and there. Might cover. I might bring the ceiling color all the way down here. I'm not sure if I want that yet. But even underway, navigating, like walking around here is fine. Bearing panels in, but not plugged in. So that's going to be navigation. We have ballast, so water in, out. Current leaders, air ballast, current leaders, speed. I don't know why we're only going 16 knots. There we go. I got to thrust up a little bit here. Heading, depth under keel. And then this here is, how does this do? This is the water for the ballast. Set depth, I need to change this up. So it's going to be set depth, current depth. This button will probably go back over. You know what we'll do? We'll do set depth, current depth, and then activate probably there. There's gonna be drive systems here. I don't even know what I want. I want, because I have my speed up here, so it'll be, you know, it'll be just redundant thrust, frankly. You know. Yeah, it'll be redundant thrust, so I don't want to do that. I see a ladder. Yeah, I finally put it in there. It was just gonna be a big pain in the ass every time you need to get out. You're gonna have to put a fake ladder in there. So I ended up putting, does have some ladder pieces there, but you know, it doesn't ruin the look. I was afraid it was gonna ruin the look. So let's see where we're at ballast wise. 5,000. We're probably still a little bit fat, so let's go. We have depth under keel of 105 meters. So let's go down 100. That's good. Depth hold. See, that's way overdoing it. Oh, you suck. Let's go ahead and kill that system. Why is that so friggin'... oh, I need to cap it off. That's what it is. I need to cap it. I'll just put a clamp on it. I'll clamp it. But notice, it is stable. Because if you put your center of gravity below your center of, you know, your center of rotation, it will automatically right itself. So, you know, CG for the win there. So, the whole reason it did that was I'm way off. Like, I'm currently at top, and that is trying to go down to 99 meters instantly. So I need to put a maximum range on the PID, which I have not clamped the PID yet. So, like, let's say we're at currently 0. Let's go down slowly. So let's go to, well, I don't know. Let's go 10 meters, 18 meters. Currently, I need to work this P value. I'm gonna need a D value in there because it's going too slow now. So let's go to 1. So I need to put a higher P value. Why won't you number lock? I need to put a higher P value and clamp it. The high P value, it doesn't like that either. I need to clamp it. It needs a clamp. I'm not gonna be able to run it until I clamp it. So need the clamps in there. I do. Automatic snorkel on there, so when we get to the top, the snorkel will extend, and if the tanks are not full, it will pump in. If the tanks are full, it will stop pumping. So snorkel should come up here in a second. There we go. Snorkel comes up to breathe beautiful air to refill the tanks for the diesel. So, there goes the snorkel. How are we looking up ballast? Right, 8,000 liters. So I'll probably pre-fill this thing like 5 maybe. We'll pre-fill it with some water ballast. That's worked pretty well. Just need to get that depth system fixed. What's that? Okay. Depth system needs to go in. Nav system needs to go in. None of this is connected. This is just mostly reads, and then there's going to be master power, which is going to run the relay. Systems is going to turn on all the monitors in here. Likely, I don't know. I'm just thinking depth hold for a second. Here's lighting. Probably, I usually put my heater on the light panel, so put a heater on there. I still don't know what I want for drive because I'm thinking like, you know, pretty much I'm doing it with up-down now. So I might do it, you know, I'll do it both. So you can do up-down and also like an up-down arrow, and then maybe it will show forward thrust, reverse thrust. Just kind of a visual representation, because like right now I don't know where my thrust is set at. You know, like I can look at my speed, we're going 24 knots. I can click it down a couple here and we'll slow down, you know. But, you know, like there I am slowing down. But like I don't have a visual representation where my thrust is set at. So that would be good to have. You know, this system's going to probably take up more buttons now. So I'll have to think of some other stuff I want on there. But this will be GPS or radio. GPS, radio will be in here. I might not do. I'll probably do radio. I might do radio. I don't know. Probably will. For it's simulated anyway. And then heading hold. Yeah, we have the digital compass on there. Currently at 9,500 ballast, and we're still not quite sinking. We're sinking, but we're not down yet. So I can steer us as well. I can pitch us down. There goes the snorkel. Where are we at here? 60 meters. So I definitely want depth under keel, because that tells me, you know, I can't steer. I can't steer, so I need to fix that. So my my rudder is not connected up properly into the what do you call it? Yeah, oh, you know what it is? It changed, I bet. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I need to fix that in the, that would be in the heading hold. So we're a little bit positively buoyant, but we're not much. Like, we're at 11,000. So we should be getting towards neutral buoyancy here in a second. What do I have it set to? 13,000. So we're still positively buoyant. You can see it wants to go up on its own when I let go. We gotta be close though. We gotta be really close to being at neutral buoyancy. You know, I'm going to put it in as a range. So, because this is the thing is, as we burn diesel fuel, we're going to become lighter. We're going to need more water ballast. And so what I could do is, I could do a formula where essentially it reads how much fuel is in the tanks. And then it reads what my setting is. So let's say I put, let's see, around here. So I put 13,000, and it has, you know, 3,000 liters of diesel. As I burn off 200 liters of diesel, it will add the 200 diesel back, or it will add the 200 water to the ballast tanks. So as I burn a liter of diesel, it will put a liter of water in the tanks. That way, okay, we are positively, we are negatively buoyant here. So I need to stop this. Where are we at? 12.7. Let's do 12.7. Okay. So we are stuck to the bottom. We're stopped. So I'm going to see where, we'll try to get it close. And so that way, because as we burn diesel, we're going to become lighter and more buoyant. And so if you do a system like that, it will make it so that as you're burning diesel, for every liter of diesel you burn, it will add a liter of water to the ballast tanks, so that if I'm trying to maintain neutral buoyancy, I don't become positively buoyant when I burn off my diesel. All right, so that is 12.7-ish. Let's go to 12,500. Right, there we go. So the problem is, like, neutral buoyancy, I'll still be sitting on the bottom because I'm currently on the bottom. But I want to see when I become positively buoyant. So let's go 12 thou. I do like the glow, though. The glow's nice. Yeah. Funny, the picture I put up today for today's video, yeah, I'll bring it up while I'm screwing around with this. That's the picture I did today. If we back it up, you notice it had the microcontrollers on there. I shopped the microcontrollers out of there. That was me taking the microcontrollers out. So what is redo? Edit. Redo is Control Y. Okay. So here's me taking the microcontrollers out so that they weren't on the build. Because I didn't want them on the build for the picture. That's the problem, is I'll take a nice picture of something, but it will look like crap because it has microcontrollers sitting all over it. Let's actually, yeah, see, it's gonna, I can do it again here. I can take out, it's not the best picture anyway. Alright, so we're still, okay, good. So see, we're not pumping water in and we're not pumping water out. So it's, or air. So we're right on 12. Let's go 11.5. So it's going to go through its cycle, water in, water out, and water in, air in, until it gets settled. I'll probably put a variability in there so that, like, it can go plus or minus 50 before it kicks on. How's it going there, Strakes? Yeah. Cheating my pictures, is that what you're talking about, Al? Yeah, I always have, like, freaking microcontrollers all over. I'm like, oh, that would be a great picture if there weren't, like, 900 microcontrollers on it. So, let's cut them out. Alright, so, let's see. We gotta be close here. So we're currently at 11.5. Let's go to 11. Probably somewhere in that range. But when I put the microcontrollers in the floor, we should get even more space for even more water in there. I like the shape of it. I like the size of it. Size is good. I don't want this to be a big mammoth, Johnny. Nobody else is posting their pictures in Big Man, which I think is sad. It's too bad when people don't do that. It's yeah, I like, yeah, that's the one thing I like with the challenge is people like showing their stuff, which is cool, you know. So it's you know, a lot of people are afraid people are gonna steal their ideas, and it's like, you know. Not a big deal. All right, let's see where we're at here. About 11. We're still not floating yet. Let's get up a little bit more. So let's do 10.5. So I'm glad that we have at least 3,000 liters we can go into negative buoyancy territory. Yeah, I'll set up a system. Yeah, I'll do something like that. I just haven't done it yet. I haven't fine-tuned anything really yet. I'm just trying to get the basic systems in here. So we got, yeah, so over here, master power, bridge systems, battery, volts. None of this is hooked up yet, but generator. So I have the generators all hooked up. I could pretty much do about 20 knots. I can do 20 knots, and I lose 4 decimal places of battery. So I will eventually run out of battery, which I kind of want, because it's boring if your system just always works. It's kind of nice that you as a pilot have to decide, okay, I can go 21 knots, or eventually, after like 40 minutes, I'll run out of battery, or I slow down down to 16 knots, and I can go indefinitely until my fuel runs out, you know. And so that's kind of gives you some choices as a pilot, as an operator, to like, you have to plan. And that's one thing that's important and fun, I think, for vehicle operation is if everything's automated, if everything's like easy peasy, it's like, it's boring to me. You know, I want to have to make some decisions. I want to be like, okay, we're going to slow down to conserve some battery, to recuperate battery. We'll slow down for 10 minutes, recuperate some battery, you know, stuff like that I like. All right, so we're at 10.5. Let's go down to 10. We'll keep knocking it down. So I want to say when we gently float. So what, you know, this is all going to change, you know, like I said, as I add different stuff. But once I know my range, that's helpful. So if I know that we're neutrally buoyant, oh my God, neutrally buoyant around 10.5, you know, that will set us up here. And the other thing too is with the depth hold, what we'll do with the depth hold is, if I know that neutral buoyancy, let's say it comes up to 10.5, which it's not going to, but let's say it was at whatever 10.95, whatever it's going to be, and you set your depth hold, you could say, okay, if 10,000 is neutral buoyancy, we set a variability on it so that it will fill the ballast tanks to a maximum of 10.5 or 11, and it will drain the ballast tanks to a minimum of 9 if the depth hold system's on, and then we can manually edit it ourselves if we want. But when the depth hold system's on, it says, okay, he wants depth hold, so he wants his ballast tank to be between 10.5 and 9. Yeah. 11 and 9, let's say that's a 1,000 over, 1,000 under. And so when it does that, that will make it so it doesn't go crazy. So let's say that you want to completely stop and sink. It's not going to be like, oh, we'll fill 13,000. Then it will try to immediately pump out because it's going to overshoot. That will give it time to try to catch itself. Where are we at here? Let's see, are we still floating? No floats? No floating. Let's go right to 9,000. We'll go at 1,000 at a time here. The reason it's showing 500 meters is because my distance sensor is touching the ground, so it's poking through the collision plane. That's why, like, this is good for depth under keel, but we'll be using a different one over here that will actually read off the physics sensor. So that doesn't give us an erroneous reading when we're sticking through the bottom here. Let's see if we float. But that's kind of what this submarine is going to be for. So this will go, you know, I want this to be a home ship. I also want it to be doing missions. So for example, the mission's going to be stuff like, you know, repair cable missions. I got one the other day, which was go rescue I didn't do it, but go rescue something on the bottom of the ocean. You'll get planes. I don't like that. I might have to put an accommodation for the door. I'll go back to accommodation for the door. I don't like the clipping. You know, so you'll be able to sleep in here, accelerate time. You get a mission, you can go do it in here. You can go put out fires, you can go do rescue missions, whatever you want to do. And then the specialty when this is actually like really needed is go down, repair the underwater base. You go down in this, you go in the airlock, you get out. You know, one thing, I don't want to plumb it up that way, so what I'll do is this will actually be kind of cool, is what the ballast tank will do is, okay, so say I set, 9 isn't enough, let's go to 8,000. So let's say I set 8,000 on this, right? And if I can put in, what is it, 2,100 liters of water in this airlock. What it will do is we'll take this number, and it will subtract how much water is in here. So we have a liquid here, a liquid meter here. So we'll take 8,000 minus, in this case, 0. So it says, okay, he wants 8,000 in his ballast tanks. Then if I fill this to 2156, it will go 8,000 minus 2156. Now it will read out that I want 5,844 liters in my ballast tank. So as this fills, my ballast tank will automatically empty. And then when this empties, my ballast tank will automatically refill. And the whole point of that is, as your airlock is filling with water, I might want to be, let's say I want to hover 10 meters above the ground, right? If I want to hover 10 meters above the ground, if I add 2,100 liters of water, it will probably sink me and have me hit the bottom. If I do it this way, what's going to happen is as I add water in here, it will get rid of it in the ballast tanks, and then we'll still hover 10 meters above the ground. So that's kind of why we do that. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking the details, Al. That's good. So there's 8. Let's see. Are we floating yet? Not floating yet. It's tough to tell when you're going to float too, because the as we were motoring along, those control surfaces on the back are giving us lift. It's trying to pick us up out of the water column. So it's hard to tell. Like when we were sinking, or when we were raising up as we're moving, you know, we can overcome some of that mass because of the lift of the control surfaces. So that's why I have to have a different system for filling ballast. So like once I kind of figure this number out and everything's, you know, I'm going to write it down. We'll have a range. But like say we're going to be, let's say we're at 7. Say 7 is floating. You know, then you put it in there that as I set my depth hold, it is both going to control my dive fins, and it is also going to command me to go to the neutral buoyancy point, plus whatever. So it'll be, say, neutral buoyancy 7. It will say, okay, then go to a maximum of 7,500. That way, if I'm not moving forward, it's still trying to sink me by filling my ballast tank. And it doesn't go crazy. It'll put a limitation. It can go plus or minus, you know, whatever. And I'll see you there later there, Zachy. All right, so there's 7. Are we floating yet? There we go. All right, we're floating. So now we are positively buoyant, so around 7. So let's put 7 as positive buoyancy. And I'll tweak it later. So 7,000 is positive buoyancy. All right. So that right there, that's positive because we came up off the bottom. You know, if we didn't come off the bottom, see, we won't know neutral because it's, you know, we would have stayed in the bottom. So like if I add some water right now, so let's say we're at 7, let's go 7,500. See if we sink. If we sink, we know that the neutral buoyancy is somewhere between 7 and 7,500. You notice we're settling back down, so it's got to be damn close to 7. So let's do like 7,100. So 71, still dropping 200 liters. That's about, what, 400 kilograms, something like that? There we go. All right, so we're floating again. So now we know that neutral buoyancy is between 7,000. No, it would be between probably let's try 7,200. So 7,200. So it's got, like, we're getting close here. And it's resettling. Okay, so it's close, man. It's got to be like 71 and change. Let's go 7150. I don't need it this accurate. I don't need this precise. The PID will take care of this. So once I get this set up, the PID will automatically adjust it. So like you see, we're gently rising. That's probably pretty damn neutral right there. I bet you that's almost neutral buoyancy right there. So like if I go... The problem is I don't have any forward dive planes. I don't really need them because as I go forward, those fins are going to help give me general lift anyway. Alright, so now we're off the bottom. Alright, so look at this depth under keel here. So if this number keeps going down, I need to drop some water. I do. So let's go 7125. So we're still sinking back down. And we're still sinking back down. Yeah, it's very hard to get your ballast to hold you precisely at depth, but I'm gonna try my best to get it there. So there's 7,100. Let's go 7,000. Still no rise. Let's give it a second. The problem is the distance sensor is on the back, so that's actually has given us a rise. We are coming up. It's just taking a second. But balance is really good now. If you remember before, the bow is really coming up fast. Or, you know, now it's a little bit of a bow pitch, which I want. Because the thrust is a hair above the center of gravity, so as we thrust up, it's going to push that bow back down. So I want the bow to be a little bit more buoyant to fight the urge for it to push the nose down. Perfect. This is about neutral buoyancy. So right, 7 on the nose almost. Yeah, 7,000 is about right. Okay. So 7,000 neutral buoyancy. Let's go a little low on that. There we go. So that's coming up. So we're starting to rise in the water column. And I was going to put an emergency blow on here. I don't think I need to. I could do it for the funsies of it. But essentially all you would do is, like, all I really need is, so I have air in my tanks, and I have pumps that pump the water out. So all I'd really need to do is I need to take a fluid port. I need to put a valve on it. I need to put a manual valve. If you know what? I think I'll do a manual surface emergency blow in there. And what you'll do is it will go from a fluid port, and it will go to a liquid valve, a liquid what's the new thing called? Relief valve, a liquid relief valve. Then it will come up through a pipe into the cabin, and there'll be a manual valve. And then what it will do is it will go back down into the ballast tank, and it will go to a fluid port. And so with that, it will probably go back down in. It will go another liquid valve. Actually, you know what we'll do? No, it will go fluid port, pipe up into the cabin, manual valve. Then it will go back down into the ballast tank, and it will go gas port. Go liquid port, fluid port. And so what will happen is there'll be an emergency backup battery. You'll flick the backup battery. Let's say we run out of battery. Well, oh my God, we can't open our valve. We can't pump out our water. We're stuck on the bottom. We're dead. Okay. So what do? Is you You go in there and you click the emergency backup battery. You do the valve on the water, on that water valve. Now the water can be pushed via air out of the submarine, and then you will blow your ballast. And so what will happen is the valve will open to let the air out. I could do two manual systems, two manual valves, if I wanted. And so we'll let the air out into the ballast tank, and it will allow the water to freely go out. And so that will blow it out. So that's working pretty well. So as you see, we're sitting pretty well. A little bit bow high, but we're fine. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to put 0 in here, and we'll see how quickly we rise. So this would be a full power emergency blow. So this would be an emergency rise. Let's say we had an issue, but likely we never need the manual system. The manual system's kind of a cool backup. It's a good detail. It's good for an emergency, for people who love to slam their vehicles into stuff. But the backup electrical system, that's one of the things I do a lot, is a backup electrical system where the other thing is a torque crank with a generator. We could do that. Backup battery, I just need one battery. You flip a manual switch, now you have enough electricity to blow your ballast, and that's all you need to do in an emergency, The nice thing, too, is, like, in an emergency, I actually kind of want the bow to rise first anyway, and the reason being that if the bow rises first, it also aligns us so that the thrust can push us straight up. If the stern rises, the stern rises first, I can't start thrusting forward because I'll slam into the bottom. By the bow rising first, I'm now pitched away from the ground. I can then start to, like, add some engine, like... I'm testing how fast we rise, so I'm not going to do it. But like I could give us a little bit of thrust, and that would start pushing us up. So I kind of want that bow to rise first because it allows me to get that thrust to push me away from the ground. Yeah, so I think that's good. Working well. All right, let that keep rising up. Yeah, so good progress today. A lot of good stuff. A lot of microcontrollers on top that need to be hidden. Pain in the ass, all that, hiding those. Those are going to be easy, though. I'll just put them in the floor. We'll get even more water ballast, which the more water ballast we have, just the more versatility. Couple cool systems, like I was saying, the ability to automatically correct the ballast for fuel weight. So as the fuel decreases, the water ballast increases. The other one is, as I fill the airlock, it will automatically piss water out of the ballast. As I empty the airlock, it will piss water back into the ballast. That's nice. Yeah, I like this. I like this role for it. Like, it's a good all-around home sub. There are a couple, like, say, the small boat has sunk in the ocean, which they did add some cool missions. I would love it if they kept adding more cool missions, man. I think... this is one thing I think the devs could really improve on is come out to the community and say, hey, we're going to run a competition. We're going to run a challenge. And the top 5 winners of the challenge voted on by the community are going to have their missions added into the game. All right. And they can put in some restrictions like, the builds need to be optimized, this, and this, okay? And so, let's say I want to come up with a mission, and you know what? This is my mission. This is a mission I would love to see in this game, okay? There are plenty of transport missions. Transport Bob's piddly little piss-off boat from here to there, okay? That's a fine mission, and no problem with that. Transport the large green tugboat is the biggest one that I can think of from point A to point B, okay? That's fine. I get that. That's great. That's a fine mission. There's literally nothing wrong with it. This is the issue I have, though, is I love tugboats, and so I love big tugboats. I would love it if you could if it would spawn a very large ship, and you had to bring it, and like currently, the way that it works is you have to get it, like, within range of the dock. I would like it so that it was much tighter, so you had to get it very close to where it has to be. And so you have to push the ship up against the dock to get it to clear the mission. And so, like, what you could do on the map is they already have the thing where it says it shows the circle. So here, let's take a quick. I'll show you what I mean. So, like, let's say this is the mission, okay? So here's the mission area. All right, let's take. Maybe I'll do display cap. You guys can watch it. So here, go like this. All right, so here's the map, and so it shows you what it wants to do. So they don't even have to be far. Like, this is the thing with tugboats, is the tugboat's job is to get them to maneuver. Actually, you know what? Let's find a better place on the map. So this would be a basic one. Let's do a basic one first. All right, so we come in here. All right, we come in here, and it has the, so let's say this is the big ship, right? And oh, Jesus of Nazareth, that's huge, man. All right, so let's say it wants us to take the large ship and drag it into the port, okay? So this has to go in the port. And then what it does is it's very specific where it wants to go. So you come in here and you go, where are we at here? Square, rectangle. Okay, so this would be what it would look like. So the ship has to go in that square. I would make the square even smaller. So let's go, I don't know, 2. Let's make the square even smaller. So the ship has to go within this zone on the dock. All right, and so keep it tight. And so what this does is this is a different type of mission where the point is for you to be very precise using a tugboat. So what would I do? I would go out here with the Daemon 2111 if it was a large ship. Like, make the ship large. Like, I don't care if it's full size. Like, the size of Triton is fine. Make it a full-size bench. Like, they don't have to go over size on that because people are like, oh, well, why didn't you just give us an innate bigger workbench? And then you have some people saying, oh, the game's so laggy. Why is the game so laggy? Oh, because you edited your workbench and you put in a vehicle that was never designed to work with the game, and your PC is potato. So you'd get a mission like this. So what do? Spawn a tugboat, come out here. You would hook up a line. You would tow it back to here. You'd disconnect your line, and then you would push it in, and you would get it in the square. Once it's in the square, bingo, you get good money. That would be a fun one. Okay, so that would be a mission I would want. Now you get another one. This one is more complicated, okay? So what do you got? Let's do... All right, there's fine. All right, so let's go... So you got a mission. Ship's here. Ship needs to go down the river. This starts to add some skill. Now they'd have to fix these drawbridges so we can control them via radio. And then it tells you it wants it here. And it wants it right up against the dock at Holt. You know, and so that would be a cool mission where you go out in a tugboat, you grab the ship, you drag it in, you disconnect your cable, and you push it up against the dock. And once it's in that box, yay, money. That would be a cool mission. And these could scale with difficulty pretty well. Different size boats. You know, you get a really windy day, you get a big boat. You're really going to have to move around your tugboat and control it. And that's a lot of, I think that's would be a lot of fun. You know, and so... You know, the other thing I would love to see is, I wonder why it still sits funky like this. I would like to see the ability to put yourself. Oh, I don't have yaw control, so we're gonna bring it back. I forgot something screwed up with the rudder. I gotta hook up. Let's save this real quick. I'll show you guys my. So I've been working on new azapods. I would like to get them. I'd like to get working on them serious in a little while, but here's my test. I'll show you guys my test. So here's an azapod test. Make sure this is sitting in the water. And all the way down? It is. I think it is. Okay. So here's the Daemon 2111. This was for a Skunkworks challenge. So this is actually a 1-to-1 pretty much of the real tugboat. So everything's 1-to-1 in this pretty much. All right. So the way these azapods work IRL is they go 360 degrees. And so you notice I just have some motors stuck on them. So eventually these are going to get become diesel electric, and medium motors are actually all I need, so I can stick them in the hub. And so these azipods should rotate 360 degrees. And the way you do these IRL is you push them out and you put them in opposition, okay? Then what we do is we spin them up. All right, now infinite electricity is on. Why aren't you spinning up? I think I have them on the plus key, actually. Okay, I do. I have W. I did set this up. Okay. I set it up. I wasn't sure if I set this up or not. So let me get them spun up here. So I'm spinning my engines up here. You're not going to be able to see very well because I'm sitting in the back, but here. Let's bring this up. I screwed it up because I forgot that I did connect it to W, S, and up, down. So you actually, the nice thing with these ASD tugs, and the reason why ASD tugs are boss is, let's just go, we'll do W and up. Let's put them 90s. All right, 90s, WS at the same time. So you always spin them up going frontwards. You do not reverse your propellers. Because the problem, too, is you have to slow your propeller from whatever speed it's going all the way to stop, and then you have to go the opposite direction. So you have one of your engines doing nothing. And so if I want to go forward, I just tip both of them. That's backwards. I go like this, and now we're going to go forward. And now we can, even though the propellers have not changed speed, I can change speed. So, for example, I want to go faster. We're now going faster. Oh, I want to go slower. We're now going slower, and we're stopped. I want to go backwards. We're now going backwards. All right, up, forwards again. So this is how you really maneuver really well when you're working with ships. You know, when you're maneuvering around ships, as you can see, I can change direction almost instantly because my propellers never slow down. And when I want to stop, all I do is I push the propellers out, 90-90, and now we've stopped. The propellers are still turning, their energy is still there, and now if I want to rotate, let's say I want to rotate around, I want to stop the rotation, we just went 180 degrees there in a couple seconds, you know, because the engines are always spooled up. And so this is how I'm going to end up setting up my azipod system like this. So I can quickly steer us around. I can slow us. I can instantly go forward. There we go. Let's go forward. All right, and let's try to do a right go. So I want to go. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the orientation I need. So let's go in. Up, wrong way on that one already. So let's try to do a right strafe. Here's a right strafe. So you would be going sideways. I need to tune it in just a little bit here. So I need that one like that. Now I need to redo the stability system. The stability system, you notice, is going to pick us up. I have to redo it because it works differently. But this is a right strafe. I just need to get it angled correctly. So like I can go sideways with this boat. I need to try to get it figured out though. The game, like in real life you do 45s, in game you do less than 45s. So like this is what a right strafe should look like, is that. That's what a right strafe should look like. But in game it's a little bit different. There we go, I'm strafing now. I got it strafing for a second there. It's very touchy in game. But you notice we're moving sideways now. So we're moving sideways. So like this is the nice thing with these. And then up, I want to go forward again. Okay, forward. And that's kind of the cool thing with these ASDs. So stability system I need to work on. The nice thing is with physics sensor, I should be able to put a physics sensor in each of these azipods so that the fins will operate properly, because they have fins in the azipods. And these two skags are full of fins. This is all fins in there. You know, and so that's, you know, I can go sideways in this, no problem. Quickly rotate around. You know, so the maneuvering is just unparalleled with these. That's why they use these in a lot of tugboats now, is it's just you can instantly change direction, and your propellers never have to stop. They don't have to go in reverse. They're just constantly running. And then, of course, you'd shut them down if you don't want them to. But the nice thing is, like, you want to stop? Okay, stop. Okay, we're stopped. We want to go backwards. Go backwards. You know, there's no time. You know, there's no delay in this. You know, and I need to hook up a physics sensor in each one because the fins are currently not operable, or they're not working correctly because they're working for the old system. And so the new system, what it will do is the fins will, essentially what it needs to do is if the arc is in reverse, so if we're going in reverse on this side, the fins need to operate backwards. We're going reverse in both, so both sets of fins in the Azipod would go backwards. If one of them is backwards and one is forwards, the forward one, the fins need to go forward, and the backwards one, the fins need to go backwards. So, like, that's what I would need to do. So I need to put a physics sensor in each Azipod, because as we're rotating too, as we're turning, as the back of the ship is going right like this, I need this Azipod here to have the fins operate backwards. I need this one to have the fins operate forwards. So it's a little bit complicated. It's not that bad. Once the physics sensor's in there, that's the great thing about the physics sensor is, you know, so you can see how quickly and beautifully you can maneuver with one of these ASD tugs. That's why they use them now, is it's just like instantly able to move really well. You know, let's see if I can grab something and we'll I'll kind of finish up with a big old ship. Probably it's got to be Triton. It's the only thing I have that's really that big. I don't have any oversized anything. As much as I would like to go oversized, you know, I don't think it's a legitimate complaint really when your game doesn't work well when you break the rules of the game. So it's like when you do a glitch, when you make a ship that is bigger than the game intends to have on there, it's really kind of, almost silly to complain about that, because it's like, you know, you decided to go outside the bounds of the game. What did you expect? You know, should kind of expect the game's not going to run great when you go outside the bounds of the game, you know? That's like you'll get, you know, it's like some of the complaints about multiplayer, absolutely 100% valid. Because the game was not designed to be multiplayer. I have to do it from the stern. The game is not designed to be multiplayer, but you'll also see people in these multiplayer environments will try to do something like they'll put a bunch of Titanics in, which are bigger than a standard workbench. And it's like, what did you expect, dude? You know, you're asking the game to do something it was never intended to do. Of course it's not going to run perfectly or even well. You know, and so it's like, as much as I would love to have some bigger ships, like Triton is max size pretty much. Has a couple blocks forward and aft, and it's a perfect size ship for the game. Do I need any bigger? No. Like the real ship that it's based off of is actually larger than Triton than in game. I just shrunk it some, you know, and it's like, do I want to make the game perform worse to have just an arbitrarily larger ship that I don't really need? No. You know, that's, you know, do a mini rant, but it's like there are some people who make content for this game who they will do things that are cool, but are not what the game's intended to do, like some of the sinking ship survival stuff, and which is fine, but they'll put in I'm trying to get the right colors here. I don't have the tow lights on this one. They won't tell their viewers that the game is not intended to work like this. I've cheated and put in a XML workbench, which is fine if you want to play like that. Hey man, play how you like. But they didn't tell their audience that's what they're doing. Then their audience shows up, and they'll ask, oh, how do I activate sinking ship survival mode? I've answered that question dozens of times, and they're like, there is no sinking ship survival mode. You know, that's something that the person you watched, they made that happen, which you can do in game. You can use the add-on editor, you can do that, but then they added the XML files to make it so they can have a bigger ship, which again, I have nothing against that, but you know, it's better if you tell your audience that, hey, I edited the files to make this work. You know, so like, hey, if you want to know how I do this, this is how I do it, you know. Because that way then your community knows how to do the thing that you know, publicized, essentially. So we're going to come back. I want to realign here. Gotta think of how I want to do this. Like this, probably. I think how I want to do this. Go like this, and then that, probably. Nope, wrong way. Okay. I'm getting it figured out here. I'm getting my rotation directions. No. Okay, there we go. You know, the way this works, let me see if I can find a picture of an ASD bridge. It's very intuitive IRL. It has, let me bring up here. So like this is it here, open image, there we go. So like these are your controllers right here. So you rotate them 360 and then they have throttles on there. So you hold them in your hands and you can throttle up as you rotate them. So they're very intuitive to operate. Let's go back a little bit. Try to rotate this way. Eventually I'll figure out what I'm doing here. There we go. Okay. So I want to kind of come in a little bit diagonally here. I'm trying to get off the bow, and I'm trying to push the bow off of the dock is essentially what I'm trying to do here. So I need to steer towards the left a little bit. So my engines have been throttled up the entire, or my motors have been spun up the entire time, and that's what's kind of cool about this is you're always ready to go. You know, so now as you see, I'm trying to push it off to the side there. You get out behind it. Get up behind Triton and push. Yeah, but this is the actual dimensions of this tugboat. It looks like super square, but that's what they have to be because they're designed to go sideways. They're designed to smash up against stuff and push them sideways. They need to be really wide to have a lot of buoyancy. You know, you put some thin little gangly ship out there and you try to go sideways, you're going to roll right over, you know. So you need something that's very square like this to be able to do it. You know, you see like this type of setup, you can really maneuver well to get where you need to be. All right, now I need to try to get this translation right. Kind of a mess the way that the game runs it here, so I need to do it like this. I need to steer with essentially steer with my port, and I need my right one to get me going sideways. There we go. I'm kind of just steering with my port as a pod, so if I want to come left, I need to go the opposite direction there. And then we're going to go back to neutral position, essentially. It's much more intuitive if I actually could put the controllers in my hand, but I'm trying to like do it with WS. I could probably speed them up would be helpful, but so like I'm steering with just my left azipod here, and then I'm going to rotate around the ship and get straight with the left azipod. So the left azipod is going to straighten me out. I'm going to go right behind and straighten in a line with Triton. So now I'm going to steer Triton to the right by turning myself like so and keep Triton off the dock. I screwed up there for a second. Now I'm trying to get it back turned in the correct direction. It takes a little practice. You know, I've practiced before and gotten pretty good, but it does take quite a bit of practice to get good at this. Yeah, I'm just going to steer with my left azipod. You just pick one pretty much to steer with. Kind of like this. But like something like this would be a lot of fun is the actual like getting in there, having to go get a ship with a tugboat, bring it back. Like theoretically the devs should be able to make, like I was going to make an add-on that had some huge ships that, you know, like a big oil tanker. You know, you'd need a, you might need to do it. You probably have to put it in with an add-on. And then, you know, all it would be is the hull and a ton of weight blocks in the bottom. That's it. And it would have no systems and be full of physics flutters, so it'd be very light on resources. You know, and so, okay, so now we have Triton pushed off dock. Let's go ahead and we want to, trying to remember which direction. I have to like visually look at them. I want to put in, I'd love to do an XML gauge that shows me the thrust and the position of these. And I can't go in first person, which is my preference, because the I'm not actually sitting in the bridge. So I can't really see. Alright, so there's neutral position again. We're going to rotate. It's a little counterintuitive because it's actually this one over here on the right side that's actually steering me. And this is... so a little bit counterintuitive. And I can't go as extreme as I would in real life. Like, you go like 22.5 degrees in game. And like in real life, you do 45s. So let's see if I can set it up. So like to go right strafe, we want to go 22.5. And we want to go like 22.5 off this. And this is starting to pick me up, which is not great. Okay, I'm going the wrong way with this one. There was a great guide on Damon's website, and I can't find it again. It showed you like all the orientations. So like this is working, it's going sideways, but because the stability system is not controlling it correctly, because it changed the way it's working, I can't get it to do it, but I'll have to work on the stability on it. So let's turn. Let's go back. And we're going to push Triton sideways. So we use the side of the tugboat to push Triton. And so you can do side strafing with it like so. But it's really cool. That's why I like these ASDs. You notice we're slowly rotating Triton now. So this is the kind of cool maneuvering they do with these tugboats. You know, so like you'd want to rotate it in. Like they could put in that mission, you know, bow in, bow out. So like you'd have to put the bow in up against the dock, you know, toward the volcano. Bow out would mean, you know, stern toward the volcano. Stuff like that would make it a little bit more technical, but so I'm going to quickly see. I'm just starting to move the azipod. I can steer with this azipod, and I can change the rate of rotation with that azipod. So I want to rotate faster. Move it like that. Rotate a little bit slower. I need to bring it back like that. You know, you see, I can just rotate the ship doing this stuff. You know, I like this stuff. A lot of people don't give a shit. You know, but a lot of people just want to go crash their plane and this stuff, or go 400 knots in a boat or something, which is fine. Just, you know, not for me, so. I certainly don't begrudge them their fun. And, you know, these are the kind of things I like. But, like, you'll get a tugboat that really does list like this one is pushing. You know, that's why they're so deep. That's why they have these big, deep hulls. And they're so wide is for this reason. You know, and then we would straighten these two azipods up, like so. All right, and then we're stopped pushing. Now we're going to go back the other way. There we go. Yeah, so that's kind of... So I want to work on the azipod system, get the stability going, but you can just see how cool and quickly you can change direction and everything, which is, I think, super fun with these. Just a lot of fun to be able to, like, quickly just rotate around. You know, do this type of stuff is a lot of fun. Head off, go do another pull. You know, so it's like, I just love these ASD tugs. Like, if you ever watch one, I can't put up a video now, but if you ever watch one, they're super cool. Let me see if I can get a quick GIF. Put up a GIF. Yeah, I don't see any GIFs of them. I do see a stormworks pic, though. That's funny. It's a bunch of stormworks stuff. Let me see real quick. I would love to build a bigger Damon. So let's see. This is the 2111. This is what I based this one off of. This is a really cool tugboat. And if we look right here, there's mine on the front page of the images. There's mine right there. Here's another one of mine right there. There's mine right there. There's mine right there. This was an early picture of it. There's mine again. There's mine again. There's mine again. I think my stuff's almost as popular as theirs. There's mine again. There's mine again. There's mine again. Taking over. This is cool. This is showing underneath what it looks like. See how big the other pods are? Like that. Tugboats have enormous props that's giving you the torque. They don't need to move very fast. They just need to move huge quantities of water. That's their main job, is to move the water. So here's another one of mine. Like here's a simulator. That looks like standard drive. It looks like a stand tug. That's a good pick of the side of the 2111. Yeah, my stuff all comes up early and stuff, but really cool tugboats. But that's why I like them, is you can just, like, the maneuvering's really cool. Like, somebody will build a stand tug, and a stand tug's all right. You just can't maneuver all that well with a standard tug. With this, it's just like instant turns. It's really very stable. You want to go sideways, you can go sideways. Stand tugs, you have to go in reverse to do like a 360 turn or 180 turn. You need to have it in reverse. This is just like, you can stop on a dime. You can go reverse instantly. It's like, we're right in a reverse. Now we're in max reverse. It's like instant. You don't have to stop the engine, let the propeller stop, clutch into reverse, go in reverse. It's just instant. So that's why I'm kind of going back to these ASDs. I want to get them, finished up. But like stuff like this, I should be able to fix that with fins. So that the stern isn't coming out so much. If I can fix some of this stuff, I can go sideways again. Like sideways is challenging as it is. Like the game doesn't want it. So there's a good sideways right there. So you notice, like in real life, you want your reverse as applied at 45-degree angle, and you want this one at 45-degree angle. In game, we're going a little bit more reverse than we are sideways. So let's see. Let's bring it out a little bit. So I want to go this way a little bit with that. So like this is backwards diagonal, but like in real life you go 45, 45. So we go reverse on the side we want to go to, 45 on the forward. I can't really do that because of the way the game does it. Can't be exactly the same. It's almost more like this. You kind of have to counteract it more, like so. But but they're super cool, and I like the mechanics of them. So it'd be fun to get back into this. But yeah, so that'd be kind of cool. But there are some cool missions I would love them to add. People have been asking for it lately. I think that'd be kind of cool to be able to get some cool new missions in there. I think, I was talking yesterday that they could throw some red meat at the crowd to kind of please some people. People have been asking for new missions. If they did a challenge, like your build has to be less than X number of blocks. It has to go on the standard workbench. Top 5 voted for builds. If I were them, I would not do it community voting. Because the community could vote for a build that would be absolute lag city. Because the community often will just look at the screenshots, never try out the build, and then what happens is the community said they wanted this in the game, we put it in the game, it's lagging everything out, people are doing nothing but complain. And so what I think is better is for the devs to pick their top 5, because they then can go in there and say, okay, this mission is lag city, the person did not optimize their build, we can't have it, And as much as that sucks, sometimes, the community doesn't think of those things that the devs have to think of. If I try out a mission with a good computer and it works fine, and somebody else tries out a mission with a potato computer, well, I don't care because my computer works fine. But the other person playing needs to be able to play with their potato, and so the devs do care about that because they want, more people to be able to play. And so it's like, for me, it doesn't matter if the potato doesn't work. For the devs, it probably does, So stuff like that, it's important to know. But, all right, so let's thank the members, Side Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs, all. Thank you for coming back, Aaron. Good to see you again. FS Gamer. Thank you guys for being members. If you're interested in becoming a member, you can look down in the description below. Thank you to Chicken Surf being a patron. Also down in the description down below, you can see any information on becoming a patron. Thank you to all the subscribers. If you guys have not subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. I really appreciate that. That helps me out and helps my content to thrive and continue. Also, if you guys would like the videos as you watch them, I do it myself sometimes. I watch a good video that I enjoyed, and I don't click the like. I trying to do that a little bit better myself now. If I enjoy a video, make sure you like it. It helps the algorithm out so that YouTube will recommend the content to people who may also enjoy it. So, yep, let's read Tripper's comment really quick. He just put one up. Saw two dudes bitching about lag. They were doing PvP with one Bismarck and Yamato's, and I'm like, bro, yep. It's the expectation versus reality. You know, a lot of people do not want to blame their own computer because that means you have to go spend more money. So they're not going to say, oh, if I had a better computer, this game would play. They'd rather say, oh, the game should play with 1,000 Titanics, with 1,000 people. There should be no lag. There should be puppy dogs and unicorns, of course. And so, you know, that's why I think a lot of the complaining you got to kind of take with a grain of salt sometimes. But thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.